Alright, let's go back to reading. Let me cast this. Gonna be not outside now. I mean, we just killed Woodhooser yesterday, well, 2 days ago. Hear a bell ringing. Hear a voice, my voice, called to me in a dream that doesn't change once in my entire life. But this is everything we can do for her right now. It will be at least some use. So please make sure she gets it, okay? Okay, I will. I think the General Prophecy will be thrilled to receive this. Yeah? Yeah, we think so too. Just make sure you keep her safe, okay? I didn't really want to accept those gifts. It was all junk. Any upper class fairy who saw it would think it was just a pile of trash. But for those fairies who struggle just to make it through the day, that's their most precious treasure. I could see their hopes, their feelings in those gifts, and I could see their future. I saw the hope they were clinging to. I saw the joy in believing in something more. I saw them tear up from the sheer gratitude of being alive, no matter how or hard life was for them. And I saw they would probably be gone by the next morning. The next time we came to Gloucester, those fairies were nowhere to be seen. They didn't entrust their hopes to the General Prophecy because they knew they were long for this world. They would have loved to live longer, but they wanted to help the General Prophecy even more. They gave me the only treasure they had, their lives. I wish they hadn't. I see a Briton I don't recognize in a world I know nothing about. I see a young squire, standing alone in town lit only by the rays of the setting sun. It's me as a little girl, the race as a boy. This other Artoria is placing her hand on the sword of selection, even though no one told her to. Britain's destruction is all but certain now. Anyone who would claim its throne is destined to be its sacrificial lamb. If you become its king, the people will place all their hopes on your shoulders, asking you to make everything right. If you fail, they'll be just as quick to curse you, blaming you for everything going wrong. You will gain nothing from this. Truthfully, you'll only be making life harder for yourself. A lone mage with canned fate stands behind her, encouraging her not to go through with this. You should think long and hard before you make a choice. Once you draw that sword, you'll never be able to go back to an ordinary human life. Yeah, think about it. No, there's nothing to think about. It just doesn't make sense. The world ending is everyone's problem to solve. If it's going to end, it should end with everyone cursing each other equally. Why? Why are you... I saw a great many people smiling. I don't think that was a mistake. This is what happened as a result. A pariah to even her own knights and subjects, even after she rebuilt the entire country. Crushed beneath the weight of a world's hope, without ever knowing joy of her own. All she built came to ruin. Her trusted companion killed each other. Everyone she knew was dead, so she died alone. This is some kind of joke. It's not funny. It's just cruel. How could you just use her to get what you wanted and then ignore her forever? How could you forget her, like she was just some story you'd finished enjoying? Why did she have to do all that? Why did she feel like she had to? There's no reason at all for her to become king. It just seemed like she had the power too. I don't understand. I've seen a whole life play out now. It hardly seems like something to aspire to. Why did it have to be you? Couldn't you just ever let someone else do it? The worst thing I could say slipped out of my mouth before I could stop myself. Adele quietly turned around to face me and said, "Perhaps. I do think there may have been someone else suitable for this role." "Then why? Why in the world did you do this?" "Why? I think you know the answer better than anyone." "We've been heading north on the highway all night. It's almost noon now. At this pace, we should arrive at the entrance to the Lake District by nightfall. Just please remember that we'll be parting ways temporarily once we get there." "Oh, right, about that. I was actually hoping we could tweak our plans a little. You could head west from here. That's the way to Manchester, right? I want to stop by there before the Lake District." "Manchester? Isn't Baggers domain? Are you sure about this? Bell? Already suspected as much." "Yeah, you're a dog person too. What about you, Muramasa?" "What? Is it really that surprising? Just assume you'd worked that out when Da Vinci said she wanted to go to Orkney." "Oh, didn't, okay? What about you, Albatross? Did you know?" "Eh? Da Vinci told me about it before we got on the wagon. Wanted to know if I mind stopping there before Orkney." "So even you already knew about this, Abby Cat. I'm supposed to be the leader." "I'm sorry, Artorian, but even if you're on board with this plan, I didn't think you'd be able to keep it to yourself. I guess still technically one of the Queen's townland, so I didn't want Percival or Oberon to know about this." "Good point. Percival would certainly worry if he knew we were stopping by enemy's territory. I doubt Oberon would have been happy about it either, since he burned down his forest. Manchester is a nice place. It's very unlike Oxford. It has been getting more modernized with its restaurants. Still an idyllic fairy town, like you'd see in Story. Fighting may be against the rule in Gloucester, but Manchester doesn't need to be banned fighting. The whole town despises it, you see." "Really? Even though survival of the fittest is the law of the land there?" Hmm, don't worry. Bagger's sake on survival of the fittest isn't quite what you're thinking. We'll see when we get there. Alright then, Manchester it is. Trust me, it's a lovely place full of peaceful wildlife. There won't be any fighting there whatsoever. I you the Red Rabbit guarantee. Haven't had such a clear red flag in a while. The bird right. Main Street in Manchester. Is that a local tavern? Whoa, you tourists look really strong. This is awesome. Get them. Let's see. It's like right. Oh, the castle. Sorry. Well, just use you, I guess. You don't have your NP, do you? That kind of sucks. A funny rider to use. I'm sure. Actually, pretty strong too. In case we'll put on all the historian. Bring. Would just bring. Just switch out grab it immediately. This has got something fancy going on. I don't need actually. It's got nothing going on. What does skill do? Like that's the cancer version. That's in game though. We won't kill with the flame. Simple enough. How you go from quote-unquote difficult fight to just something this easy? Probably against knights, huh? Are we gonna fight Bagus again? It's the same dream I've had several times before. I'm crying while eating the remains of what used to be my lover. They're delicious. I'm so happy. This is wonderful. It hurts. I'm heartbroken. This is madness. Predation is a fact of life for wild creatures. It's natural for us to seek out others, love them, become one with them in order to survive. Living by the laws of the wild is also a source of pride for me. I'm blessed with an exceptional spiritual origin, even for one of the Fang clan. As one who was born strong, I have a duty to grow and protect the weak. I have to be strong. I have to eat the strong so I can grow stronger. You see, my rules are right. I only love the strong. And I eat those I love so that I may become an even better wild creature. This is my lot in life. This I've had many strong quote-unquote meals, so I can defend Britain and protect the weak. But deep down, having another good cry, redacted, why don't you come over here? You don't have to stop crying, just tell me what happened today. Did something painful happen? Something sad? Did it happen while you smiled? Did it happen to someone else while you got upset? Whatever it was, please tell me. I want to know how you feel. It's okay. I promise I'll never stop liking you, no matter how embarrassing it may have been. His body seemed as though it could fall apart at any moment. Could barely speak above a whisper. He was the weakest creature I've ever known, yet he helped me tremendously when I was on the verge of a breakdown. You know, there's nothing like a fun story to cheer you up in hard times. I want to tell you another tale of your favorite night at the round table. I'll tell you a story of Flotsam that drifted here as a changeling. A florid, proud, and slightly somber story. The story of the brave knight you've always looked up to. The knights of the story were not compelled by anyone to be righteous. They were born righteous. They were proud. They were wonderful. They protected the weak and did good deeds wherever they went. They may have only stories from another world, but I still admire them more than anything. Even though a despicable fairy like myself had no right to do so. Whenever I shared my trepidation through my tears, I always responded with a gentle smile. There, look out at the garden. Those flowers you planted have grown in beautifully. And I see you planted another one for me today, so that I could enjoy them even though I cannot walk. Thank you, that's so kind of you. I only hope that one day you'll be free of the pain you carry in your heart. Did she eat him? That's right, our love runs through and deep. And with every new relationship, she's certain she can prevail over the need to consume. She has never succeeded. No, she's at a limit. No, she reached a limit long ago. I don't know how many times she started putting herself out of misery. But, despite that urge, a strong sense of responsibility forbids her from taking the easy way out. So, she lives with the guilt of devouring her lovers. And as penance, continues to protect Britain even as it tears all up inside. She's an example to all of us. That's why I want to help her any way I can. You're the only fairy possessed of true nobility. It would be a tragic loss for you to take your own life. So let's make a deal, Bagast. It's still a little too soon for you to take on the curse, after all. Sorry. So sorry. I really am sorry about that, everyone. I hope you can forgive them. I promise I'll give these idiots a son talking to later. So this sort of thing doesn't happen again. They're very susceptible to trends, you see, and, well, you know they're talking about Camelot preparing for war these days, right? Made them want to have a pretend war of their own. They're satisfied with board games up until you walk in, but... Well, come on, those fairies and the humans just look strong, so strong. I know it would be a blast to find them. Don't be daft. Have you forgotten that Lady Baggers is back there right now? If you allowed ever get someone killed, if she finds out about it, she'll have your head and mine. You ought to be thanking your lucky stars that these people are so strong and understanding. And so, no more alcohol for you until I say so. Oh, come on, don't be like that. I'm gonna go back to not drinking human alcohol. They know how good it is. So true. Well, Red Rabbit, care to revisit your Red Rabbit guarantee? That's strange. I distinctly remember Manchester as a town bursting with smiles, kindness, and violence. Don't be so silly. There's no violence here. The world of Manchester is survival of the fittest. She looks just like the fairies we saw in Wales. I'm Jenny. I was born here, just born here near here recently. I see. That explains it. You must not know much about Manchester yet. Do you happen to know where the Lord's Horse is, Jenny? You mean Lady Pagast? Sure, it's over that way, at the end of the big road. I see it. Oh yeah, I see it now. Looks like it's a big mansion with a beautiful garden. Anyway, I thought Manchester was a fan clan town, but I guess it does fairies like you too. And these elf clan fairies here as well? I'm not so sure. I haven't seen many elf fairies. There's a lot of humans here though. About elf fairies, elf humans. Really? So far I've only seen fairies walking around. Are there really that many humans here too? Of course, it's survival of the fittest here, so the strong have to protect the weak. I know, because I'm one of the ones being protected. The baggers might be strict, which is also really kind and really funny. So that's how she defines survival of the fittest, huh? No, I get it. That's especially given what we've seen of her. It does look like the biggest, survival of the fittest, and about the strong bring of the weak. That's right. She's been like this for as long as I can remember. The strong should only eat the strong. The weak aren't worth eating, so they must be protected. She would say that all the time. Okay, that seems like a good time to ask about this. Did you know Baggers when you were a kid or something, William? Of course not. Don't be silly. I mean, you saw Baggers didn't even recognize me, right? Nope, certainly haven't known her for a long while. No siree. In fact, I don't know a single thing about her. Nothing. Huh? I know about Lady Baggers. She's back at her mansion right now. Everyone in town keeps congratulating her about coming back to visit her new love all the time. Are you kidding me? All the talk about being brought to a noble townland, is she still has all the time to keep lovers? Baggers lover. Snort. I don't even want to think about it. You can't take what rumors say too seriously. It's not like she ever confirmed any of them herself. And even if what they say is true, that's between her and lovers, right? They're all okay with it. Well, we to judge. Well, true love or not, crimes are crimes. It's also the land of the Fae. They want different areas with their own very different rules. Still, now that we've come this far, we cannot leave without seeing her. If you're scared, Red Rabbit, it's okay. You can wait here. Besides, we are the ones who wanted to talk to her. No, that's okay. I've come this far with you. I'm not about to part ways now. Besides, I cannot help if she sets her sights on me as her next dish. It's just a burden of someone as popular with all ages as me, Asuba. If things should take a turn for the worst, I can at least be bait. I mean, and meet you for the rest of you while you make your escape. Now, come, let us be off to the demon's lair. I'm certainly not afraid of any horrific fairy-eating black dog. Ciao, buddy. Welcome to Manchester, everyone. What a wonderful surprise to see you take me up on my request less than a day after I made it. Sus? Gorgeous. Who in the world would call such a beautiful lady horrific? I see now that you are nothing less than a true noble. Nay, a true champion. Personally, I, Wet Rabbit, Master, have just been hung to drain the final corner. Thank you for kind words. May I ask who this Van Clan Fairy is? Don't worry about him. He's just another harmless horse. Happy Cat, would you mind taking Red Rabbit outside for a bit? Sure thing. Come on, Red Rabbit. Let's go out to the yard. I know this was a fun-looking place out there. It's called Paddock, Habitat. There really is nothing like Clan Mansion. They always have so many luxuries, even when the owner has no particular plans to use them. It's like real life. I see you're still wearing your dress today. I just got here myself not too long ago. I haven't had time to change yet, that's all. Anyway, I'm glad you let us in here without even patting us down. Now that we know for sure you don't mean to fight us, we can relax and get down to, Bagest. I'm afraid you are mistaken in that. I'll certainly bear you no ill will. As you can see, I do have every intention of fighting you. What's the meaning of this, Bagest? Would you kindly say out of this? My business is with you. Well, Master Caldia and Leonardo da Vinci, a faithful servant. I know this isn't becoming, but I would like to ask you, with all respect for a duel, would you please be so kind to show me your strength once again? I get it. You want to see for yourself how strong Caldia is. Oh, I see. You want to find out if Caldian can walk the walk before we talk the talk, huh? I gather you want to assess, unless we can prove we are able to beat you without the Child of Prophecy's help. It's true, yeah. But more than that, I'm interested in you, Belle. I want to see just how far a mere human can go against us fairies. No. I'm going to see for myself whether your victory so far has been more than a fluke. Interesting. We don't have to take Da Vinci. Ooh. Well. Hmm. Critical, we need NP strength. Annoying when he does that. Seems good. Let's beat her up again. Don't know if it's gonna be. We're gonna be like 1 or 2 health bars. Defeated in this. Okay. Classic. Thankfully he doesn't have those like all attacks, so if he has a berserk affinity. Oh, she's doing this shit again. Oh. Wasn't part of the plan. Now don't tell me I'm almost dead. I need some protection. Oh, never mind then. Let's see what's gonna clap our asses. One military fighting, the next one enjoying a variable feast. Wow, these gnocchi are so good. What versatile potatoes are. No matter what world they come from. These oysters are amazing too. Yikes, I hate oysters. I was a little shocked when they came out on that huge plate panel, piled up to the ceiling. But damn if I couldn't eat these things forever. Don't let the fancy presentation fool you. It's not nearly as impressive as it looks. Just look at all those meat pies dominating the table. There must be enough here to cover Gareth's entire shield. It makes pretty clear how vain bag he is. He's obviously trying to break our concentration by overwhelming us with quantity and flourishes. Won't work on me though. Just enjoy the food, Castoria. So you're not aware that you're taking a bite of meat pies even as you speak? Oh man, this is really good. There, I changed back to my usual armor, but I'm done with both fighting and cooking. I hope you like the food. I apologize I couldn't make anything more than the simple dishes. Normally, I would have had my chefs do the cooking. I had to give them a leave of absence as part of my house arrest. You mean, you made all of this yourself? That's right, but it's nothing too impressive. I merely imitated floor-based human culinary techniques and rolled them into me. It's a far cry from the gourmet cuisine the Seven Camelot. Is that so? I didn't think your Tamlin was so domestic. It must be hard to being the lord of a hick town like this if you have to do your own cooking. Huh? I don't understand. Shouldn't everyone who plans to get married someday be able to do all manner of housework? So true. Everything was great. I think we should get down to business. Indeed, now that we've come this far, I will be completely frank with you. I want to keep the residents of Britain safe. This is why I pledge my own to Your Majesty. But Her Majesty does not share that goal. In fact, she's actually working to worsen the Great Calamity. Yes, only for fairy Britain itself, not the fair we inhabit it. So, here's my proposal to you, Child of Prophecy. If you mean to ring the bells of pilgrimage so that you may truly save Britain, I'm willing to fight for your cause. If need be, I will even rise up against the Queen herself during the Battle of Camelot. That is no sure to come. You're serious about this, aren't you? I don't mind having you on board, but what about your pride as a knight? Do you really want to join our side, even after you destroy the human ranch and burn down the Welsh forest at the Queen's command? That's right. Even if it is too late, I still wish to join you. As of my crimes, you are welcome to convene the court-martial after the Battle of Camelot. Rest assured that I will expect no mercy. I will accept whatever punishment fits my crime. But first, I want you to promise me one thing. Well, Da Vinci, we have both said it is possible for various Britain's residents to immigrate to proper human history. If that is true, and you two are willing to tolerate fairies living amongst you, then I would ask that you would please give the matter some thought. Her Majesty has already told me that our Britain is what is known as the Lostbelt, a world that was meant to disappear to make way for proper human history. I believe it. I have no doubt that this Britain should never have come to exist. What makes you say that, Bagust? You want to protect Britain, right? So why do you think it should never have existed? Aren't those two ideas mutually exclusive? Because we fear this land. Every one of us. I expect you could ask us any fairy in this land, and they would give the same answer. At any rate, under Queen Morgan's reign, every fairy will perish by the end of the year. I naturally have no notion of what our lives would be like under the Child of Prophecy's reign. But if there should be fairies who, under our reign, wish to move outside the world, I hope you would take them in. If worst come to worst, and this Britain really does disappear, I could ask for nothing more than to have the fairies born here live on in your world. What do you think, technical advisor? I think it's a great idea. In fact, I cannot come up with a single reason to refuse. Some border is big enough to hold up to 500 refugees. We'd have to live there until we resolve the bleach earth phenomenon, of course. But as long as they're okay with that, they should be able to get by in the border just fine. Besides, this is exactly what some border was designed for. It's a modern-day Noah's Ark. While there aren't very many of them, there have been a few vessels like that in proper human history. They served a literal lifeboat to preserve the future of the species they carried. 500 ain't a whole lot compared to the fairy population at large, though. You gonna be okay with that, Bagust? Yeah, saving even a small number is far better than failing to save anyone. As long as you remember this promise, no, my wish, then I will gladly become a filthy turncoat for your cause. Of course, I'm sure Sir Gawain would think poorly of me for this. However briefly I use his name, I admit the very idea of betraying one's lord must be unthinkable to him. Gawain would have some choice words for you, but we would also be proud of you. Yeah. I see. They really would scold me. But I have to ask, are you sure about this, Bagust? Never mind the politics. Are you sure you can trust us, your enemies? I'm sure. You said something like this before yourself, Val. Even if the world is about to disappear, you didn't want to let what might come tomorrow ruin today. You are exactly right. Instead of worrying what might happen tomorrow, I should focus on what I can do today. Sigh. Alright. I can't possibly turn you down at this point. Forgetting for a moment knowing the world, I'm going to explain this to everyone. Down Bagast, if you really want to help the Shire of Prophecy, you can do so in Camelot. Once the fighting there begins, you're to refrain from attacking the Round Table army. That path is absolutely non-negotiable. Aside from that, well, you feel like neutralizing some of the Queen's army force. I'm not going to stop you. Anyway, those are my only instructions. Any thoughts, Bagast? Surprised you didn't ask me to open the castle gates from the inside for you. Did I not say you need not hold back on my behalf? I know, I just don't trust you enough to rely on you for something so crucial. All you have to do is fight within your means. You can't break down the gates yourselves. Good point. If I were lying, you would certainly be in dire straits if you trust me to open the gates for you. You've made the right choice, but I must admit, I didn't expect you to be so severe. Personally, I don't think it's gonna come to that. By the way, on a much lighter subject. Yeah, I'm happy to answer any question you may have. Could you introduce us to your significant other? Yeah, I would love to meet them too. Read all about it in town. They say you come back to Manchester all the time just so you can spend time with your new squeeze. It's not all the time. I just come here as often as I can. Besides, it's not my significant other at all. She's a human boy I take care of. All you love is wrong. Would never even dream of taking a love as weak, incapable, and devoid of futurism. You sure about that? They say love is blind for a reason. You could just as well end up falling in love with the last person you'd expect. I could. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that proper human culture is so advanced. But I digress. Adonis is very weak. He's been sickly all his life. He's currently recuperating here in the mansion. Adonis sounds like Greek. He was very excited to meet you when I told him about you, Belle. I'm afraid he's been struggling with a relating coughing fits recently. I haven't been able to get him to the medicine he needs thanks to the imminent great calamity. I want to at least let him get all the rest he needs. That said, I would be very grateful if you could come here to meet him after the battle at Camelot. May not be able to come back myself, but I know you would all get along very well. Gotcha. Sorry for the uncouth request. I guess fairies aren't the only people you want to keep safe. Of course not. I may not hesitate to discipline and educate humans. Even that is no more than the basic trainings humans need to survive in this world. Fairies and humans are two elves in one wall. You cannot treat them separately. Protecting fairies means doing the same for humans. Well, this has been a really productive talk. I'm glad we stopped by Manchester. I think this has been a good respite for you too, Victoria. You must have enjoyed getting to talk with an old fairy friend of yours, right? Sure, you might have been acting huffy. You clearly also enjoyed the meat pies. Seeing how you ate so many. Over these pies? Idly. This wore me out even more than acting the part of channeling to prophecy around the Round Table army. Now, if we're done here, let's get going already. We still have to make it to the Lake District by nightfall. Lake District? I see, so you're going to Orkney. There may not be very many moors up north, but each individual moor there is stronger than what you are accustomed to. Those in the Lake District are especially strong at that. Be careful out there. Got it, see you later then. What is it, Bagast? Still got something on your mind? Yeah, I was just thinking about the relationship between master and servant you told me about during a meal. Her Majesty has told me about servants as well. Servants are spirit beings that are retrieved from the chronicle of human history, a place beyond time known as the throne of heroes. They come into being when the master summons them for a particular purpose. These servants then stay by the master's side, and should the master die, they vanish. Do I have that all correct? Pretty much, yep. Why? Then it doesn't make sense. What? That the servant would obey a master when the master is weaker? I wondered about that too, but no. That isn't what I'm talking about now. I'm talking about Beryl Gut. He claims that Queen Morgan is servant summoned himself. Queen Morgan has never called Beryl Gut a master. And above all, he only came to Fairy Britain a few months ago, while Morgan has been queen for over 2000 years. That doesn't make sense. Her Majesty was alive and well long before this man came along. Unless, is it possible to summon a servant version of a currently living person? It actually is possible. Like, see, Fate's Day Night, basically. Honestly, I've been wondering about that too. I can think of one possibility. There have been a few cases where the future forms of Eric Spirit with exceptionally complex histories have been summoned into present day, while the origins themselves were still alive. And since in proper human history, Morgan was known to have 3 separate personalities. Could be that one of them was someone here. But of course, if that were the case, it would also mean there are 2 Morgans here in Fairy Britain. I don't suppose you've seen any signs of a second Morgan, or even heard rumors of that to that effect? No, I haven't. There's only one Queen Morgan, but she is not a servant. I've served Her Majesty for 200 years. I'm solidly certain she is a fairy. That's why I wish to ask you about this. Is Barry Gold truly Morgan's master? I mean, then who would be his servant then, if not for Morgan? I guess he'll get the, well, Cryptus markings, right? Not really common spells. Circumstantial change confirmed. I have a proposal for you, chosen ones. An offer for those who were cast aside. If you desire acclamation, then choose rebirth. If you desire adolescence, then choose eternal sleep. It makes no difference to a god. It makes no difference? Well, sure, shit makes a difference to me whether I live or die. That's the alien god. Living inevitably means struggling, while dying takes the struggles right off your plate. I always prefer to keep things simple. I cannot even dance if I've got too much on my mind. Acclaim, power, the future of humanity. Be the best version of myself I can. Fact is, I don't care enough about myself to get worked up about any of that. Okay, Mr. Foreign God, I hear you. Before I give you my answer, can you tell me one thing first? I asked him if there was anything in this world that actually mattered to me. And he answered me without a second thought. Guess that's good for you. Kirstaria? Hey, Kirstaria. So you made it back to life too, huh? Well, hey, that's awesome. I thought I would be the first one out, but I guess I was that wrong. I mean, we're talking about a foreign god here, right? Who says he's gonna refute all of human history? I figured the only one who would jump on sweet uncle like that would be me, Pepperoncino, or David. Not at all. I have as much desire as the next person. What could be more enticing than the prospect of creating a new human history? I have to be mad to refuse. Oh damn, I stand corrected. You've finally shown your true colors, huh, Wadime? I mean, it's been times before when I couldn't believe the stuff that came out of your mouth, but still. Anyway, you got a real nice smile now. I like it. It's a big relief. That smile says, I'm gonna abandon all of humanity to their deaths, so I can be the king of the goddamn world. If you were all broken up about this while pretending to be one of the good guys, I would have some serious reservation about sticking with you. I really seem that different now than I did before. Nope, you don't. That's why I'm so happy about this. I've actually been off your rocket this whole time. Oh well, at least I already knew on some level that the members of Team A misunderstood me in many ways. Hey, don't get all gloomy on me. Like this new you. What do you want me to do, Wadime? You're the team leader, yeah? And hey, I'll finally get what the whole crypto thing was all about. That's right, you were brought into the security repair mission for emergency contingencies, weren't you? You know about those secret series lights and how to use them. You also know they're designed to deliver the decisive blow to ensure the preservation of humanity. When the foreseen singularities appear in the 7 points of human history, we expect them to. Huh? I thought only me and Mauritsbury knew about the series lights. Guess you did too, huh? Or maybe the foreign god told you? Either way, you sure got my work out for me. Well, you guessed it, I'm the cleanup guy. It's my job to dispose of anyone thinking about deserting the post. So, what are you gonna do with me now? Gonna kill me here while we are all alone so as not to wreck team morale? I think your ruthlessness could be useful. I want to use it. Eventually, everyone from Team A will be resurrected and assigned to Lostbelt. From there, the foreign god will give us each a ticket to potentially become the king of the world in exchange for winning a Lostbelt Tree of Emptiness. I would like you to tear apart your ticket up. Don't mind, right? It's not as though the ticket will actually be good for anything. However, you can't be reckless about it. You don't need to do it in secret, while making it seem as though you're still giving it the next rhyme. Huh? Hang on. Telling me to betray the foreign god too? What was that about throwing up my chance to become the king of the world? Are you shitting me with? Will be assigned the Isle of Brunn. I took the liberty of shooting it for you. I assume you don't mind it being your homeland. And if I do, not even Mauricebury was this unilateral about his decision making, you know? I see. Unfortunately, now that I've already brought this up, I cannot pretend it never happened. If you refuse, I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to kill you. What? Seriously? I've got no choice in this? Thank you, Beryl. I'm glad we understand one another. You're the only one I can ask you to do this. I don't know what that Lostbelt will taste like, but I do know Britain is crucial to the Magecraft world. There's no telling what could happen if the foreign god were to inhabit something which came from there. It's the one Lostbelt that must be cut down before it can grow to maturity. How about you choose to go about it, it's your business, but basically you just want me to slack off like I've always done, right? Okay, pal, you got it. Besides, I never had much interest in competing to be the king of the world anyway. This gig's way more up my alley. That said, Wodime, still a deal we're making. I expect you to keep up your end of it too. Once you become the king of the world, you'd better make damn sure and live it up in the lap of luxury, alright? So vain. Shit, there really isn't a goddamn thing here, is there? Well, apart from all the phantasmal fairies and assorted nasty beasties running around. Is a place like this gonna be any threat to the new human history? I guess even Wodime gets it wrong every now and then. No, wait, I remember that look on his face. Whatever was here, he was positive it was gonna be a problem. Maybe he knew about something funky going down in London, the rest of us didn't. Oh well, no sweat off my back. That just makes my job even easier. I can take care of the Tree of Emptiness without anyone getting in my way. Speaking of which, I should probably go about summoning my servant. Thanks for making sure each crypto could summon at least one servant, Mauricebury. I mean, it was the least you could do after inscribing us with something that's as dangerous as a serious light, but still. Of course, I still don't know exactly what kind of servant I'm gonna get. I think I can make a pretty good guess. Whoever I summon, my only condition is that they are capable of destroying the world. So he had been sent to the past, huh? And Morgan, the Fairy Queen, a ruler. I may come in response to your summons. You there, descendant of witches. Are you my master? So he did summon Morgan. That was a good nap. I knew I made the right choice to stop picking her before heading home to Darlington. Whoops, sorry Queenie. I didn't realize you were still out at work on the throne all by your lonesome. Still, don't you think it's time you chill out just a bit, Morgan? The Tree of Emptiness is dead. Kishaya was our biggest enemy, we defeated him too. The foreign god never got a hold of the spirit origin she wanted, and she never will now. There's nothing for us to be afraid of. We've practically already won. Why not just relax? It's not like Caldi or the Child of Prophecy are any threat to you, right? Of course not. I've never considered either of them to be my enemy. Only enemies are the humans who once rejected me, and the Isle of Britain that would reject the very Britain I've created. Proper humanity is self my enemy, and so I will not relinquish my throne until it has been truly, utterly destroyed. Know this, Beryl God. The fault for Baobab, Smith's Valley and Gloucester lies in part with you. You are so inept as to be unable to babysit a child, only before to reconsider your position as both my husband and master. Tell Baobab said she has had her final chance. I've clearly been too soft on her. It is time she learned to carry herself in a manner befitting my hair. Whatever you say, Morgan. I would be a lot happier to hear that from you, but I guess that's too much to ask. You don't really love anyone, so there's no chance you'd allow Nan to take over for you. Man, I almost feel sorry for Baba and Sis, being adopted by a woman as cold-hearted as you. Interesting. Oh, back to Mash. After the incident at the pit, Mash and Ask began investigating wounds all around Baden. The only leads were the stories passed down within the Mirror clan, and the moral left by the Rain clan. And so, they set out from west to east on a great adventure, in search of written records left behind by humans. Soon running into Moors, getting attacked by anti-Lodinium fairies, and fighting the occasional giant monster when Ask felt like it. Things weren't always easy. But when all was said and done, these travels became lovely memories. Of course, we thought that Mash was always so strong and awesome no matter what. Write that in your journal. Hey Mash, didn't you call me by some weird name when we first met? I guess I did, I'm sorry. You, look so much like someone else I know that it just slipped out. Really, someone out there who looks just like me? What are they like? We spent a little time with her, but it was enough for me to know she's a wonderful person. She's brave and kind and dependable. And she spent a lot of time in her workshop making all sorts of clothes. Her name is Ambertout. She's a very happy fairy who wants nothing more than to befriend brides everywhere. Wow, so there's a fairy like that in the future, huh? Guess her name does sound a lot like mine. Maybe it's a fake name, like Ask. Maybe she's trying to cover up a true name. That's enough, Mash. You agreed not to tell us too much about the future, remember? You're right, I'm sorry. I thought it would make Totoro happy. I did stop to think about what I was doing. Gotcha. You can be pretty careless sometimes, huh, Mash? I'm sorry too. Still, I like the idea of being a friend to brides everywhere too. It sounds like a great life to me. Well, we had a lot of conversation like that. I thought I would include one for prosperity. Anyway, the search through wounds lasted about 5 months. They didn't learn much, but they didn't give it up either. They kept doggedly pursuing the threads of Britain history, eventually arrived at the Priestess Prophecy. That's Britain's first prophecy of destruction, a curse left behind by the first human, the priestess of the enshrined deity. Predicted there would be 4 major wars named after the 4th season. The War of Winter had not yet happened. They never did find out what it meant. Really, all we got from our expedition was a lot of fun memories. While I know I've already written this down several times, let me remind you once again, this took place in Fey Era 400. Now, there were only a few days to go until the coronation in Londinium. It would decide the fate of all of Britain. As one of the key figures in the coronation, Ask needed to return to the castle soon. There, the needlework's all done. What I have to do now is make the embroidery motifs. I think I'll make a purple rose for Ask, a blue rose for Mash. Let me see. You did a good job, I have no complaints. You went from crybaby to expert. That's why I love handicraft. Although, I'm not so sure about using embroidery for the rouge. Ask going to be a queen, so she should have something like that, something that shines. I think a pattern of bees model of the wall tree should do the trick. Here, give me that. Let me show you it's done. Wow, have you always been that good with your hands, Black Knight? You're like some sort of sewing master. That was changed so much since you came along, Mash. It's all thanks to you. We've been together for hundreds of years, but I've never seen this side of her before. I really am a terrible friend. I was so caught in fighting. I never even noticed what Totoro was going through. She's already been there for me. I know it was nothing. I just happened to be at the right place at the right time. That's all. And the only reason Totoro got interested in making clothes in the first place is the upcoming coronation. She said she wanted to make you a gown, so pretty that she would be the fairest fairy in all of Britain. So I'm sure she would have gone on to become a great tailor, even if I had never shown up. Oh, don't skip. Ask? Alright, I think you deserve to know a little of how I really feel. I'm no savior, Mash. All I want to do is keep Britain itself alive. I no longer have any intention of saving all these fairies, or of protecting humans like you. Huh? What are you saying? You are protecting everyone. I did it myself. Here's the thing, Mash. For the last 3600 years, I've been dispelling the calamities that appear every 100 years. The great calamities that appear every 1000. Before, when I said I would let the fairies handle the aftermath and go to sleep in a coffin, it wasn't the whole truth. The truth is, every time I saved them from a calamity, fairies would come after me. I've never known a moment of true peace. The only thing I could ever do was run for my life, and I hibernate for years at a time. I'm sure that, at the start, I really did want to build an ideal nation. But not now, not anymore. Every time I decide to work harder and finally get it right next time, I only ever end up having more stones thrown at me. I've been imprisoned, crucified, beheaded, drowned, burned. Jesus, the only thing they haven't done is poison me. So by now, I've started putting my hopes in fairies. My only companions are Totterot, the Black Knight, and Rhynek. I'm not even sure about Utah. Even they only see me as an important tool, nothing more. It's only fine to protect Britain for myself. It's the only place I belong. That's why I'm going through to unify the fairies and give humans the right to build the kingdom. That's Britain I want. The sort of proper human history would never allow. I've never been asked the savior. I'm just asked the witch. But surely there must have been at least one good fairy, right? One who believed in you, understood you. Wasn't there ever a single fairy who genuinely wanted to help? No, there wasn't. Not a single one. That's why things turned out this way. Mash, you came in from the era of the High Queen. I don't know which faction you belonged to in that time. I can never know, for if I did, that would change what happens in the future. I've been vacillating for a long time now about whether to kill you or save you. Yeah, Taguchi 8 is confirmed. Yeah, pretty much. They're a bunch of assholes, aren't they? Welcome in, Zenny. How's this Sunday treating you? But I don't think it matters now. This is a fair era, an history entirely of the tree emptiness of making. As long as that tree exists, and it goes in its Lostbelt. No matter what may be added to this world, it will simply adjust its story too much. Things don't have to make sense in a world with a tree of emptiness. The reason Morgan was so cavalier about using the Water Mirror to send things back in time to the Fair Era is our awareness that nothing which changed in the Fair Era will affect the start of the Era of the High Queen. So you're saying world created by Tree of Emptiness can tolerate a fair number of discrepancy without falling apart. Interesting. That's right, that's why I'm here. The Fair Era is the last point in time where things can be so wibbly-wobbly. The moment you spoke of the era of the High Queen, I had a flash of insight as to how the future must have played out. She must have used all the magical energy stored inside the Tree of Emptiness to transform this Lostbelt into singularity. I still won't know why she chose to do that until the time comes, of course. But in the meantime, Ash, I can tell you that you can only exist while the Fair Era lasts. In 400 years, at the start of the era of the High Queen, you'll disappear whether you're still alive or dead. You understand that, right? Yes, arrived in Britain in the year 2019 of the era of the High Queen. Since I didn't exist in that era before that date, when the Tree of Emptiness dies. I swear, just because Fair history can be changed, that doesn't give her the right to send every problem she can handle back to the past to let nature disappear with for her. Now she started sending servants as well as calamities? Unbelievable. That's just pathetic, is what it is. I guess the least I can do is make things right. Since I'm mixed up in all of this too, it's my responsibility to send you back to the future you came from. Ah, are you sure? No, wait, is that even possible? In a way, yeah. should work as long as there aren't any historical inconsistencies leading up to the calamity of Norwich in the year 2019 of the era of the Night Queen. So how would you feel about hiding out at the farthest edge of the world, where no one would ever see you? I mean, I'm so glad that Mash is sent to the past. We don't have to use her. It's good, man. Albion. Interesting. Oh, we get some fairy bells. And let's see, oh, it's gonna be some Morse, isn't it? So, Astoria, level 105. Too bad it's useless without, a craft essence. Test, did it work? Let's see. There's a tree of emptiness on the far shore, so this is the Lake District. Let's talk about the tree of emptiness. Green text. Britain is not real, imagine. What are we doing, Green? What are we doing? Damn, this tree of emptiness must have been huge, even compared to the others we've seen so far. But this is the tree that withered away 2000 years ago. That Morgan then burned down the tree of emptiness in Olympus a few months ago. There's some Belgian beer. Belgian style beer. It's not Belgian. It's fake news. Hey, Belle. It's not the same thing at all. It's as if I made, an American burger. With no American things at all. Hey, Belle. Atoya still hasn't cheered up. What's going on with her? Is this your first time to the Lake District, Atoya? Oh yeah, how are you thinking? So this is the famous Lake District. Not definitely fake news, they don't even think English there. They speak British. It sure is as pretty as picture, isn't it? It doesn't look that pretty to me, but whatever. So just as quiet. Did I mention quiet? Damn, you have no poker face at all, do you? You're obviously still thinking about what Bag has told us, right? Don't keep it to yourself. Is this Barry Gull truly Morgan's master? That is the question. So of course, the real question might be, is Morgan actually a servant? It's a hell of a conundrum, that's for sure. Belle and I have been going back and forth, trying to square the circle ever since we got here. At first I thought Morgan was the king of this Lostbelt. Same, I mean, she'd pretty much have to be, if she's been ruling here for 2000 odd years. But after Megan, Morgan and Beryl and Camelot. You mean when Beryl said he was Morgan's master, and she didn't deny it? Morgan's not Beryl's servant, but Beryl is Morgan's master. That's a brain buster, ain't it? I don't even know where to begin. Any ideas how that could work, Da Vinci? I'm afraid not. There's just too little information to work with. If Holmes were here, he could string a number of theories together into a plausible hypothesis. But it's not. What about you, Antonia? Did you come up with anything? She doesn't even know what a servant is. I do have one idea, I think. Remember what you said about masters and servants? The kind of things Chaldea has done so far. You know what Morgan is? It's hot. Did you actually fall for Zenny? I would rather not think about it any more than that. If I'm right, then Morgan would be possible for you to beat. A fairy would rather not even fight at all if you don't have to. Abertrot? What's wrong with not wanting to fight her? Who says you have to try and beat her no matter what? Chaldea's goal is to acquire Morgan Rogonomi. Wrong go miniado. And the Jar of Prophecy's goal is to ring the 6 bells. Trust me, I heard Ansel's Jar of Prophecy poem in Londinium enough to last a lifetime. But yeah, Morgan's pretty hot, actually. Who do you think is the hottest character in the Lostbelt 6 then? And I'm talking about the new characters, and Artoria, obviously. There's not a single verse in there about killing the queen. But Morgan herself told me to defeat her. Did she now? She's just playing everyone's antagonist because she doesn't dare trust anyone anymore. But I'm not saying more than that. All I care about Smash and Belle finally being reunited. You can't go around trying to please everyone else all the time. Sometimes you just gotta tell them to piss off. Damn right, Abertrot. No more chit-chat. We've already got a few more cities our way. You remember Banger's warning, Belle? Good. Then don't hold back. We're all counting on your firepower to get us through this. So, is the sound alright for everyone? Music loud enough? Is C2 C2? Only 2 of them? Do we get enough refunds? Hopefully we get enough refund.
主に詳しくはありません。けれど心ならば源氏物語葵もののけ
Nope, we didn't. Shit. Annoying.
もやりますまあここであわわわすみません
Please, it's... Oh, let's go. Just enough.
生命様直伝だそれでは僭越ながら
Just remove the curse,
それはいつか
obviously.
兆しの星誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょうアラウンドカリバーン限りあれば薄墨衣朝けれど涙ぞ袖を淵となしける源氏物語葵もののけ
Ah, so close to 100%. Oh, that's Korean Skies. Mysterious biological weapon.
それ書き直しますねええはいこうしてこうですねあわわわすみませんここはこれこれこのようにあわわ
Oh, very cool, buddy. Very cool.
やりますもちろん負けないぞそこ立ちはだかるなら覚悟しろ
Jeez, he loves spamming those kills, doesn't he? Buddy, we get it. You really love using the cold attack.
いかがでしょうそれでですかはいあれはいつか見た終わりの星どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのですさあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーンカオルコは主に詳しくはありませんけれども心ならば 源氏物語葵
Like he said.
糸哀れにて
I guess we're gonna comment to the fact, yeah. Last monster was certainly not new for Britain. It's Korean skiers. Nope, that woman's gotta be nearby. What does she think this is? A vacation? Look, like it's going to take us at least a full day to make it through the Lake District and get to the north coast. I don't think we'll make it more than halfway today. We should look for a forest where we can make camp before nightfall. Say, Abertrot, do you maybe don't know this area? You said we were originally from the north, right? Well, yeah, I guess. This place hasn't changed in forever, so I at least know it better than the south. What do you ask, Da Vinci? Got an history lecture from old Abicat? If you could, that would be great. We never heard much about the Lake District down south. Gotcha. Okay then, but just until sunset. Long ago, Britain used to be way smaller. Back then, this area was all ocean. At the time, Britain was the only landmass in the world. At least, the fairy thought so they worked to expand the isle. Then, one day, when they had expanded up to where Manchester is now, they noticed there was a forest on the far shore. There was this place. The British Lostbelt Lake District, a forest in the middle of the ocean. That's where the northern fairies come from. They had been living off the fruits of that forest all that time. The northern fairies? So they were Knock Na Riab's ancestor? Did some thinking maybe Artoria is the artist in the Lostbelt? We love the Artorias. I mean, true. Like, I do enjoy me some Lancer Artoria. The Six Clan and the Northern Fairies have totally separate lineages. Oh. Anyway, back in Faera 6000, I guess that would be 8,000 years ago. Britain had its very first war. In it, the Northern and Southern Fairies fought each other. Nowadays, it's only known as the War of Spring. It happened when the Northern Fairies got jealous of all the land the Southern Fairies had and crossed the sea to invade it. But even though their leader was super strong, on average, the Northern Fairies were still weaker than the Southern ones. Back then, there were no humans on the Northern Fairy side, only the Southern Fairies kept humans. So the war ended up with the Southern Fairies' victory. Apparently it was a total massacre. Whenever the Northern Fairies' successors were born, the Southern Fairies would just kill them on the spot. That's why they got all the bodies they needed to fill in the ocean up in the Lake District. And that's brutal. They killed so many Northern Fairies that eventually, new generations stopped being born altogether. Oh, so it's a limit to how many times they can be reborn, huh? What happened to the Northern Fairies after that? Everyone thought they had gone extinct, but nope, it turned out they were still all alive. The leader and the Northern Fairies were made of much sterner stuff than any fairy from the Six Clans. Well, they weren't called the Six Clans back then, but you know what I mean. Anyway, the Northern Queen escaped, left the Lake District, and went on to make the Western Island all by herself, out in the middle of the empty sea. The Western Island became a legendary island that no one could see, but existed all the same. It became the final hope for fairies who were exiled from Britain, as a sort of last bastion of castaways. Later on, there had been another war between the North and the South called the War of Summer. But that has nothing to do with the Lake District, so I'll just skip that one. Anyway, after the First War, the War of Spring, Southern fairies claimed the Lake District for themselves and began developing the civilization even further. Let's see. Oh, stop, Abertot. I want just to read what you just said. The fairies that would go on to become the Mirror Clan, and the fairies from Britain's northmost area that would go on to become the Rain Clan, each built thriving cities here. Though of course, as you can see, they've long since been wiped out. Such a thriving is the word I would use then. Then again, the idea of a single country enduring for more than 1,000 years doesn't really fit for us non-Brits in the first place. Morgan's theory Britain has lasted for more than 2,000 years, remember? Of course, can't really call it thriving either, since it hasn't advanced any in all that time. The Rain Clan, I see. Britain's skies are always skies in twilight. So it makes sense that there would have been fairies who control the rain and other weather. But where did the Rain Clan go extinct? Did it disappear naturally or... I'll tell you that once we get to Orkney. All you need to know for now is that the Rain Clan and the city, Orkney, were destroyed in Fae Era 4000. So 6,000 years ago then. Oh, I see. So that's why Isle and Snow had to be found. The Northern Fairies must be of Irish descent. The only Northern Fairies who survived War of Spring was the Queen. But then, what happened to the Western Island? Why is it that gone too? What do you think? Because the Northern Fairies migrated to Britain, of course. Mab made a town to keep her fairies safe. She took it all back into herself just before she invaded the British Isle. There was a war of summer, back in Faera 2000, and the Savior and the First Hamlin fought it in too. Man, you guys wouldn't believe how strong Queen Mab was. After the failure in the War of Spring, the Northern Fairies coexisted with humans in Ireland for 4,000 years. The Southern Fairies only saw humans as tools for producing entertainment. The Northern Fairies they saw humans as partners, and together they built a real civilization. Even though the Southern Fairies had the numbers advantage, the Northern Fairies were still overwhelmingly stronger. At first, Queen Mab wanted to wipe out the Southern Fairies as payback for what they did to the Northern ones. But then eventually, Ask managed to broker peace between the two sides. As part of the deal, the Northern Fairies were ceded the north part of Britain as their territory, by welcoming to the fold as the King clan. That's when the 6th clan we have now first came about. The rest you guys already know. Anyway, with that kind of bad blood between them, it's no wonder the fairies of the North and South still don't get along, even in the era of the Eye Queen, right? Oh right, I totally remember my fairy history. Basically, all you have to remember is that there was a big battle between the clans in the last years of the Fair Era, right before the era of the Eye Queen began. What about the start of the Fair Era 14,000 years ago? Do you know anything about that? Nope, there's not a single record of Britain's genesis. Ask and the First Hamlin tried their hardest to track one down, but all they learned was the story of the 6 fairies. The 6 fairies as in... Yup, with Sarah Nunos, whatever his name is. So you already know about it. Yup, it was that mural. I don't remember all that much about it either. But if you want, I'll tell you what I know as a bedtime story. True to history, the Celts are underly oppressed. I'm terrible with the... anything Anglo... whatever... history. It's not my cup of tea. Not that there is all that much to it. At best, it only makes for a decent lullaby. I can only know a bit of trivia. That's about it, not gonna lie. Oh, starting with the... You only know the bare minimum? I mean, you know a lot already for... something that's not happening in the US, really. This would just be a waste of my NP story on this dude. Just kill him. The shitty end. Is it just gonna be ghost after ghosts? I mean, fair enough. Let me... This... I have no idea how much MP we're gonna get back from it, but... be more than enough, probably.
けれどけれども心ならば源氏物語葵物分
Yeah, we should just barely have enough NP now.
それが良いないぞ限りあれば薄墨衣朝けれど涙ぞ袖を淵となしける源氏物語葵もののけ鐘の音が聞こえる
Alright, what are we gonna talk about now? This spot looks perfect. Okay guys, that's enough walking for today. Let's go ahead and set up camp. I'll pitch the tent. I'll go get a brushwood, firewood. I'll go write a report for the border. Okay, Da Vinci, we get it, you ain't gonna do shit. I'll go laze around for a while, since I'm just plain tired. I go. Then I'll put up a body field to ward off animals and insects. Gosh, camping is so much fun no matter where you do it. Roger that, all lands, move out. All that's left to do now is rest up for tomorrow. Yep, I think now is a good time to call it a night. There don't seem to be any dangerous creature here, so... Hold it, I still haven't told you guys about the 6 fairies, like I promised. Alright, I'm sorry, Abby Cat. Please, go right ahead. Don't worry, I'm listening. It sounds pretty important after all. Right, time for more Fae history. Okay, now, which diary was it? Haha, here it is. Abby Cat's history, page 153. 153. It became ocean at the end. There was ocean at the beginning. After the shooting star passed, the land all ran into rivers. Long, long ago, as far back as time can go. 6 fairies went outside to find a world that became an ocean. There was no land, no rocks, no fish, no birds. And of course, there were no mountains or forest, which the 6 fairies loved more than anything. The 6 fairies didn't know what to do. They grew sad and thought of going home. This is awful, they thought. How terrible our world has become. Then, a last shadow rose up from the ocean. It belonged to a giant fluffy creature. On its shoulder stood one of the animals the fairies believed was gone. The animal its shoulder called the fluffy creature Cernunos. Cernunos, the animal, and the 6 fairies soon became friends. It wasn't easily living on the ocean. There was nowhere to go and nothing to do. But Cernunos made things better for the 6 fairies by sheltering them from the waves. However, the animal said that Cernunos was a god and that he needed offerings. So the 6 fairies offered Cernunos a joy. And they offered Cernunos their wish. The ocean without waves is nice, but we're still missing Everland. And so, the fairies' wish was granted. Then, after a rejoicing ended, the god grew tired and fell asleep. The 6 fairies revered Cernunos for granting the wish. They made grateful use of everything that was left behind. Thus did the Isle of Britain come into being, made its first 6 fairies find salvation. Interesting. The end. So, was that helpful at all? Wow, you're amazing, a big cat. I cannot believe how much you know. Is she talking in her sleep? Pretending to be awake? What about the rest of you? Muramasa, Da Vinci, Belle? I'm fine, I'm still awake. I knew it. You're gonna be patient if you're gonna make a good spouse one day. But seriously, that really was helpful. It seemed pretty clear now that the giant beast from the moor, the Cernunos, really did exist, along with the 6 clan ancestors. Also, what do you think that animal riding a Cernunos shoulder was? What do we think about Final Fantasy 16? It looks really good. It looks good. I've seen some people play it. I know VK is playing through it. Shout out to VK. I also know that Axel is going through it at the moment. Beautiful Crow. Did I type that right? Yeah, let's go. But yeah, he's playing through it, nothing but good things. Well, I do know that Vita saw me at some frame drops from time to time. But I mean, it's a PS5 game. I mean, he's also pretty sure it could be patched out, like the frame drops and everything, so... We love VK, we do. He's a great streamer. And good on me. I appreciate him. But yeah. But yeah, it looks pretty good. I try not to watch too much, since I wanna play the game once it releases on PC. It looks fun, from the bit I've seen. I try not to talk or watch it too much. It looks fun. They would have said it was a fairy, so maybe a human. I think so too. Gods do like having mouthpieces. I guess it's just this human was Sarnuno's priest. Enjoy the wait. I mean, are you playing the game, Green? I don't care about the wait. I can always play the beautiful Final Fantasy 15. They were probably there to share the God's word with the world. I see. So that would mean when Britain was first created, there was a god, a priest, and fairies, huh? No, not playing it yet. Why not, Green? Enjoy the wait until you play that game as well, then. There's gotta be something more to this story. Maybe that's what Morgan's finding. Love the bro tip stuff, but not the combat of the rest of it. Oh, you're talking about Final Fantasy 15? I don't know. I've got the game, and I need to stream it eventually. I'll make my decision by myself once we get through it. You know, any stories related to guns completely died out in the era of the Eye Queen? You're probably right. That leaves us with yet another question. If this story is true, it would mean Cernunos gave the Southern Fairies, the 6 clans ancestors, this land. Also, I still need to finish Xenoblade. I've been farming a bit earlier. We are more than leveled enough for the rest of the game, I think. I don't have the gems I wanted, but that's fine. But then, we gave the Northern Fairies the land with woods on it in the Lake District. I know that one. This is a secret only the Mirror Clan and those born before the era of the Eye Queen began knew, but... A certain being's corpse lay somewhere in the Lake District. A certain being's corpse. Even if the world has totally become blank or empty sea with no life. It remained all by itself without decomposing until it eventually transformed into a small forest. Out beyond the border. The last dragon. Interesting. The corpse is left behind when they failed to return to the paradise of Avalon. Became the Northern Fairies' homeland. We were talking about Albion earlier. Let's see. Who should we use as a caster? An offensive one, obviously, so... Urasaki... Always use... Sure, why not? Shall we reverse that, wherever you see it? You like using Zig? I haven't used him in over a year, I think. That we talked about last night. It's been a long time since I've used Zig. I guess keep this really simple. It's really not that fun to play with, in my opinion. If you ain't Lupin. Thanks, Belle. I'm sorry again about falling asleep last night, Happy Cat. Zig loops? Yeah, I know. That's about it. Rice is nothing really special. It's okay, I'm not mad anymore. I did say it would make for a decent lullaby. It sure did. I slept great. I haven't dreamt so peacefully in a long time. I mean, there's a lot of cast servant I can loop. So just how amazing was this album thing anyway? Proper human history, archaeological circles. Albion is thought to be the name of Britain's prehistoric civilization. In the Magecraft world, it's also known as the Dragon of the Age of the Gods, the last pure-blooded dragon. To put how amazing that is in more concrete terms, well, servants, that is. Heroic spirits could be said to be super beings that are way beyond humanity's both physically and spiritually, but all servants are equal. They're ranked based on the scale of their spirit origin. To his nature, Elise plain rest, yeah. Like, it's not especially strong either. Some of his skills are really bad. Well, bad. Quote unquote, but just not amazing. It's useful. But there's other servants that do his job way better. And that's why he's a caster class, so... They are ranked based on the scale of the spirit origin. The heroic spirits at the very top of the tier, the one that even other hero spirits would consider astonishingly powerful, and not as grand servants. By that token, Albion would probably be considered a grand dragon by other dragons. I mean, if it was around when Earth was formed, that alone would mean it possessed 4.6 billion years worth of genetic information. It's not a god that was modeled on human perception, or one discovered through faith. It's a primordial, supernatural being. That said, humanity is no slouch either. In just a few 100,000 years, we took the accumulation of all 4.6 billion years worth of life on this earth and decipher it, equate it for ourselves, and are actively trying to develop it even further. So while a single human may not compare to something as amazing as Albion, as a race, there's nothing out there that surpasses humanity. We are the most advanced life form on Earth, you know. Well said, we might be enemies, but just know I'm real glad we're on the same side. Thanks, you might be our enemy, but I love how you give credit when it writes you. All the way for two people to become friends. And yet, they still think of themselves as enemies. Weird. I know, right? Since ancient times, boys have and always will be boys, huh? I'm right, Ghosty. Mirror. Who's behind? Oh, someone from the Mirror clan, huh? What we have? It's one of these, huh? NP gauge, not what I want. I'll be dealing a shit ton of damage to him. That was fun. Oh, that's it? I think I spent more time deciding on what servant to bring than on this fight. Okay, that's enough of that. You're the fairy who's been following us since yesterday, aren't you? That's me. Hi there. I'm Mirror, the Night Call. I've been watching you guys since I picked up your lovely auras. By the way, unlike the original, my gender isn't exactly a secret, okay? What? Do you mean, Da Vinci? Could you said you guys? Night Call? Okay, that was random. So your spirit who didn't disappear after dying? That's weird. I don't sense any hostility or malice or anything from you. Nope, I don't have any regrets or grudges. Just was wrong to disappear, that's all. I've been stuck like this for years on end now. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do about it either. Gotcha. Sounds like a real problem. Would it help if you left some food on your grave or something? Want to leave food on my grave? Even though there's nothing there? That's so funny. But thanks, you guys are really nice fairies. And you sure are a cheerful nightcall, aren't you? Guess you didn't die because you lost your purpose then. How'd you bite it? Was it sudden? Did you have an unlucky accident or something? It was more of an accident than an accident. We were all massacred by the fire and wind 6 years ago, just like Einzel predicted. Einzel died too, though there's no one from the Mirror clan left. At least I'm pretty sure there isn't, or was there? And that's out. Oh well. Everyone forgets things sometimes. Anyway, you guys look like you're a lot of fun, so I have a little request I'm hoping you can help me with. See, a few days ago, a weird fairy showed up and started living in a really important place we used to protect. Do you think you might be able to chase her off for me? Well, are we usually willing to help fairies? I mean, night calls in need. Kind of somewhere else we need to be ourselves. But just out of curiosity, what does this weird fairy look like? Well, she's wearing a fancy upper-class fairy dress. She even wears fancy glasses. And she has a whole bunch of subordinates and a pink tail. Hang on, that sounds like Queen Skaya. Alright, time to go kill her. Is she gonna turn to beast form again? I doubt it though. Queen Skaya's that servant we saw with Meridian, right? Oberon seemed to think she was dangerous. Does that mean she's a problem Caldia has to deal with too? That aspect of her is still kind of up in the air. I mean, she did poison us. There's no doubt that she's phenomenally incompatible with humanity as a whole, but we've also never faced her directly just yet. She did try to kill us during the attack on Caldia base. That was probably just following the foreign god's orders. She also made a habit of toying with the local populace in each Lostbelt. I think that's just a way of enacting retribution. She basically took the existing systems of exploitation in a given world, like the relationship between the ruling class and the lower class, and exaggerated them. She may hate humanity, but she's never tried to obliterate it. That said, she's been making a point of collecting creatures from each Lostbelt, which never existed in proper human history. Also, that she's the immature form of a beast, an evil band of destroying humanity, would put her pretty firmly in the evil camp. If Queen Skaya were just acting as Myrna's bodyguard, that's between them, who would have no business interfering. But if she's adding to her collection here too, then we can't just sit back and do nothing. It's really only a matter of time until she turns those creatures against us. Stopping her now is just a kind of self-defense. We don't have time to fight them off later. I see. I think I understand why she's so dangerous now. In which case, she must be after... Mirror, are we headed to the bog where the dragon's remains are now? We sure are. The sweet fairy came trundling up to that pitch black pool one day with an umbrella in tow, Even though no one besides us should know about it. Then she kicked out the Morse, and the last I saw, she was doing something nasty to the dragon's corpse. Uh-oh. Is she... Nah. Dragon's corpse? She's after Albion. Damn it. Has she no shame at all? That thing is gotta be like a national treasure. No tourist like her has a right to take it. Not to mention ability would reflect on proper human history. What do you mean? She's not even from proper human history. Come on, let's hurry. That she has nothing to do with us. Morse. There's a whole bunch of Morse here. Fine for it, everyone. Forget about the dragon's corpse. Don't throw your lives away. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Luckily, there aren't many pure fairies here, so we can handle a bunch of Morse. Oh, but make sure you stand back, Abertot. We don't want to risk a worst case scenario. Don't be daft, you idiot. This is no time to be worrying about me. The poison is super deadly. Make sure your healers are ready to go, Belle. If I have to, I'll go fight these things myself. We'll be fine. We cannot choose Astoria. Damn, it's one of these quests, huh? I mean, the whole squad has got this easily. Oh, they got the double curse, don't they? Let's see. Poison and curse. Okay. Let's do this one. Bit of these. Are you doing enough damage though, Muramasa? Nope. We should just try to finish them off in the next wave. Like double NP. They could just attack Muramasa right there, would be really nice. Right. Beautiful. Let's see, what I want to do is go for something like this. Right? Just in case. Muramasa is gonna get the OC. I won't be able to kill Willie. Oh, never mind. Good.
嬢ちゃんの面倒も大変だな。なんで前に出たがるのかね。
Crap. 3 was bad enough. But it's even more. Something's not right here. Most wouldn't gather on their own like this. It's gotta be a Trump Koyanskaya asset. She must really not want anyone getting past here. I mean, she's already got more under her thumb. This Koyanskaya lady must be even more trouble than I thought. In fact, now that I think about it, I can't believe you know what she was like. I still greeted her in clothes and like it was no big deal, Belle. Honestly, I don't know what I was thinking either. What else could she have done back then? Morian was sad too, you know. No, quit griping and get back to fighting. If we can't end this, I'm gonna end up using my noble fantas until I'm drained dry. Keep those enchantments coming, Altoria. I'll pull off the 3 Tumukari. 3 Tumukari, yeah, in a row, if that's what it takes. Even if I have to burn my own spirit origin for fuel. Huh? Does that mean servant spirit origins are flammable? Can't speak for everyone's, but mine is. Look, don't worry about it. Like I said, just keep them coming. When you've been standing at the forge as long as I have, losing an eye or a leg stops seeming like such a big deal. Oh. Lancelot? Damn Lancelot? What are you doing here? Never mind that, I'm going to clear out these moors. Stand back, Shadow of Prophecy. You're only getting my way. No way, is it the Shadow of Prophecy? Now that my eye Nightcall, I couldn't tell it was her. But now that I'm getting a better look at her, I can sense it too. Yay, you finally made it back to the entrance to paradise. This is great, what a relief. No, all our purposes have finally been fulfilled. Hello, Britain's Bell of Ending. To the one with the highest of callings. The second Avalon Le Fay. Interesting. Oh, wait, what did you say? It's the fifth progress node of section 18. You will be defeated if guess 7 Tamwad is vanquished. Interesting, okay, so we have to play as Asa. We have to support her if she doesn't die. I mean, she should be OP, so... I see none of you were hurt or killed. Not that it is any of my concern. I cannot believe she just took out all these moors by herself. You didn't come here to save us, did you? No, I suppose I could have just left you to your own devices. But this place is special to me, so I didn't want moors running it, that's all. Cute. So you're not going to fight the Jar of Prophecy? Yes, I will, but not now. We all know there's going to be a war eventually. When there is, we Tamlin will lead the charge against the Jar of Prophecy and the Foreign Mage. There's no need to rush things. When the time comes, I will make your death so excruciating that your souls will flee your bodies from the pain alone. So cruel and sadistic. You're pretty ugly on the inside for whoever is said to be the most beautiful in Britain, aren't you? Me? The most beautiful? That's very kind of you to say, but no. I'm not the most beautiful fairy in Britain. Well, maybe if you value function over form, the true beauty has nothing to do with combat ability. Why am I bothering to talk about this? I really need to learn what it is. What is and isn't appropriate for fairies one of these days. Anyway, I think you're all here to ring the bell of pilgrimage. If you are, then we'll just turn around and leave it if I were you. There's nothing like that here anymore. Anything that used to be here has long since been burned to... You know we're gonna take a screenshot of that one. Triple question mark even. Yikes, you scared me. Do you see a ghost or something? Yes, I'm looking at one. If you guys really not notice it until just now. It's Nightcall. And if it's here, it must be from the Mirror Clan. I see. So that's what's calling to me. Huh? No, you've got it all wrong. We don't begrudge anyone anything. We already did everything we had to do. We have nothing left to tell you. More importantly, are you sure you don't want to hurry to the bog? Otherwise, you might be too late to step outside from taking your homeland for yourself. For yourself, sorry. Come on, Lancelot or no Lancelot, we can't let Grinskaya get away with this, right? She even puts some time and effort to put keep out signs everywhere. That NFF keep out tape looks so out of place here. What are these hideous bindings doing here? How dare you wade into a lake with your dirty feet? Dirty feet? Oh, for the nerve. I'll have you know I'm very fond of this dress Lady Morgan gave me. So have they been toiling away at this excavation from the air, as you can see. Unfortunately, these moors I just acquired have been unable to either transport or destroy it. So I was nearly on the verge of writing the whole thing off as a loss. But luckily, even though these bones are all a chance to me now, it seems mistreating them a little was the right choice. Now, I'll get my hands on the Talmlin I've been waiting and hoping for. This aura. You must be an immature beast. You know about beasts, Lancelot? Of course I do. Why do you know about them? Oh, I see. Proper human history must be having a tougher time than I thought. Those bones must be what's left of Albion's corpse. Whatever Sky wants with them, we can't let her get it. Come on, Belle. We need to help Lancelot. I don't know what Sky is after, but whatever it is, it cannot be good. This time, we're gonna cut off her tail and send her packing. What was that? What dreadful crude. Not all of us world-class beauties from nations, you know. Why, if anything, I'm doing humanity a favor. Would say what I'm doing here is philanthropy. But I suppose trying to get you all to see reason is a fool's errand, so you can even see what a blind this thing actually is. All that hard work I put in to acquire this fine specimen of a weapon. If you've all worn it. You know, I think this may be a fine occasion to finally get rid of you all. Oh, what is she bringing out? Stand back, everyone. Something huge is coming out of the bog. Is that a dragon? Could it be Albion itself? No, what are you, blind? It's just another Morse. You're all brawn and no brains, aren't you? You'll never be a match for Morgan like that. Hey, you can't blame Artoria for being confused. His magical energy levels are insane. They are as high as Calamity in Northwich, if not higher. You're right, I didn't want to believe it, but this water is all made of the same stuff as Morse. It's literally dripping with animosity towards fairies. The lake is surrounded by Morse now. There's no escape. That's right. This is where Albion's dead flesh rotted away, becoming the most foul substance in all of Britain. And that's not all. It's also where the northern fairies were massacred in Warrior Spring. For 8,000 years, the ate it as festered away in this natural cauldron. Albion itself may be no more than a pile of bones now. But it's no trouble to collect all the magical elements that were left here and make them into what they used to be. What are you saying? You're planning to steal Albion's corpse in his parish all alone in the Sea of Nothingness? Of course not. My client wouldn't be interested in acquiring a zombie. No, this is strictly a one-time deal. I return it to its hold, decayed flesh once all of Chaldea's dead. Besides, you're the thing I'm really after. Haven't I already mentioned that? You see, Lord Barry got me a juicy super secret bit of info. You're a living Albion, so I'm going to take you away from here and keep you all to myself. But if Lancelot is Albion, why does she still look like a fairy? No, as much as I had to get short to chat about my fabulous products, I'm afraid I must. Good day, Chaldeans. Thank you so much for your patronage these last several months. Now, allow me to escort you down to the depths of hell, or you can wait for Britain's destruction. Right, bring it on, lady. It's way worse than it was in Norwich. It's suicide to find a mortal of this scale without magic protection. We've got to find a way to retreat back to those ruins. The hell it is, don't be fooled. This thing is all back and no bite. Sure, this bomb card is powerful, but it's not a real calamity. That weird lady up there is just giving it temporary form. You guys can take this thing easily. Now come on, kick its butt, Belle. This is no time to be angry out here. Mash is waiting for you to come get our Knockney. Really, Abby Cat? Oh, I don't want to go get Mash though. Damn. Just when I thought I'd broken the strawberries. If only the third little fairy hadn't stuck our nose and... Go, Belle. Yep, we're gonna kill that thing, whatever it is. Fine, I'll help you all heal. Just this once, I'm going to disable the name and gift Her Majesty bestowed on me. Because if that really is Albion's animated flesh, then I'm the only one who can burn it away. Hear me, I am not the king known as Lancelot. My true name is Melusine, Melusine of the Dark Bog. I am the descendant of Albion, given my name by the most beautiful being alive. Right, time to use Melusine. Sure. And we cannot use our own Artoriac either. Well, Waver. We don't need anything special. Melusine gonna solo this, no worries. Let's put our most powerful Mystic code on Atlas. Hopefully she can loop with Waver and Castoria. Oh. Let me see. When HP reaches 0, recover HP surviving. When the HP is less than 0%, apply a save while Albion Delta Flash is removed, sustain, support NPC, and re-attack. We need to use AoE, is what they are trying to say. Let's not be dumb. Let's first weaken both of them. Like, how much did we just do? Not much. Right, then we'll do the same on you. Then we'll use the AoE on them. And hopefully that will be enough damage. Easy. Should be more than enough, right? Oh, is she doing the other animation? Yup.
今のうちに準備を。
Or does it need to be the kill on the...
もちろんと命令して。えい、はあはあ、まだこの星でさ早く。
Right, will it remove it now?
この名はアルビオン、教会を開く最後の竜。ジョフロアからフロモへ時を示せ、ユケイタイト。
最上に近い勝利だ。戦う前に勝つくらいでなければ。
For 5 AP quest, it was easy. Like, no big gimmick or anything. Right, let me go quickly take a short bathroom break. I'll be right back, y'all. Right, time for some more reading. Let me remove that. There we go. Beast. Oof. Jesus. She got her. Yup, that's Lancelot Haron Daito. She just destroyed Grand Sky's spirit core, no question. That easy. Grand Sky doesn't look pleased. She's gone. What happened, Melusine? I thought you'd killed her. Lancelot. In this form, I am Tamlin Lancelot. I will tell you nothing unless you call me by that name. Not that there is anything I want to tell you in any case. Okay, Lancelot. You won't mention that other name again. It looks like you're just as strong as even without your gifted name. In fact, you might even be weak as Lancelot. Do you want to go by that name? You won't hear us complain. Exactly. Thank you for being so understanding. No problem. I'm flattered you think so. But anyway, what happened with Koyanskaya? Should we assume she got away? Well, maybe. I should have gone for her head, not for her heart. That beast was still weak since she wasn't fully grown, but she had vitality to spare. If I had to guess, I would say she had several lives, so she should at least be incapacitated for a few days. It's all thanks to you, Lancelot. Oh good. I knew that, of course, but I'm glad to see you do it too. This is great. Now old Lord Kelly will stick around for a long time yet. Without Lost Kelly, the lake would have filled back in with regular ocean. Then the border between the surface and the spirit cavern would fall apart, and Lady Ansel would be sad. Lost Kelly. Is that really what the Mirror clan called Albion? Yup, it's easy to tell what you mean that way, right? Anyway, why don't we go back? The longer you stay here, the worse you're gonna feel. I'm getting that, yeah. This poison's strong enough to affect spirit origins. I don't even want to think about the genetic effects it could have on living creatures. Besides, while I would love to investigate Albion's core further, there's something else that needs doing right now. What are you going to do now, Lancelot? We're going back to those ruins. Sure. You need to ask? I've helped you out already. It's only right that I stick around a little longer. So you want to keep an eye on us to be sure we don't mess with Albion's bones? I guess that is a more direct way of putting it. Thanks for clearing that up. I mean, we don't really care about Albion's corpse, to be fair. What is it? Say all you want, you're not going to find a weakness. It's not that. I was just wondering what you being a living Albion means. And so I have to say, Melusine is a lovely name. I can't believe she just blurted that out. Even Abaddon knew better than to bring it up. It has nothing to do with you. It's not worth talking about. Lancelot is Albion's left claw. When the planet turned into the Sea of Nothingness, Albion, who didn't make it back to paradise, exhausted their strength and died when they fell from the sky. But even though the core, the heart, had stopped, the flesh lived on. Right before the body completely fell apart, they cut off their left claw. That left claw was Melusine's before this new life. It was here in this lake for a long time, not even sure if it was alive or dead. What? I didn't see anything like that the last time I was here. I'm sure you didn't. Before I looked like this, I was just a filthy clump of flesh. I had no muscles, no bones, no cilia, no hair, no joy, no fun, no sadness, no suffering. I didn't even know I was a dragon, or what I would have liked to be. I may have been alive, but I wasn't truly living. I was just a thing, wingling in the darkness of the bog. But then, one day... Aurora? Please, stop this, Lady Aurora. You're going to dirty yourself. Any creature living in a bog like this must be even filthier than the Moors. Why would you say something like that? Just look at how much it's struggling to reach the light. It's okay, this lake is quite shallow. I'm sure even I can help it. Eek, what is this thing? It looks like rotten fruit. What do you mean it looks human? Kind of. Please, get away from it, Lady Aurora. You'll ruin your dress. Oh my, you poor thing. You'll be so cold. You're not a water fairy, are you? Hello there, darling one. Or good morning, I think. Yeah, that's better. Let me take a small screenshot of this. My name is Aurora. What's yours? Now that we're friends, could I offer you some tea? Oh, only if you like tea, of course. What a beautiful art piece. I met someone who had no reservation about cradling a creature like me in her arms. It was the first time I'd seen something so beautiful. That was when I gained this form. It was no more than a bunch of cells, but once I saw her, I knew I wanted to be just like her. It was the first thing I ever wanted. And now, I have this body, along with the name she gave me, Melusine. So it didn't have muscles, or bones, or even cilia to transport cells. It must have been something like an amoeba then. But then, once you saw a model for the new way to be, you transformed into a fairy? Yeah, that's right. Amazing, isn't it? It truly was a miracle. Nobody else would have ever thought to go into that dark, muddy bog, let alone cradle me like that. That's why my life belongs to her. My whole reason for being is making her wishes come true. But she had duties she couldn't neglect, so we couldn't be together forever. 100 years ago, the Earth, Wind, King, and Fan clans were so afraid of calamity, they began fighting amongst themselves again. So at the High Queen's Morgan's suggestion, I became Tamlin Lancelot to bring the fighting to an end. That's why you're the only Tamlin who doesn't have her own army or domain. Tristan, Baobab Smith Ace fairies. Gawain, Bagast, Lost fairies, humans too. What about you, Lancelot? What do you feel about them? Did you just start caring for Percival on a whim? No, I didn't. I love Percival deeply. Love? I watched over him for 10 years, ever since he was a little boy. Every time he grew bigger or stronger, my heart felt like it would burst with joy, certainty, loneliness, and gratitude. I wasn't the best mentor, sister, or even friend. I've dreamed of a future where Percival could live happily, like the humans in proper human history. So many times, though. But not only did he decline High Queen's Morgan invitation, he went and formed that silly Round Table army. I don't know how he turned out to be such a delinquent. I certainly didn't raise him that way. If you're really worried about Percival, you could still fight beside him. I cannot do that. I have to be a Tamlin. That's why I obey High Queen Morgan. Whether the Child Prophecy scars is yes or not doesn't matter. I made a deal with Her Majesty. I had my reasons, and I'm going to honor the deal. Alright, this should be far enough. Besides, it's time I return to Camelot. I see you later on the battlefield, as enemies. You're really going to fight Percival? He chose this path for himself. I have to respect that. But don't tell him you talked to me. It will only be painful for him. Bye. Good luck in the battle at Camelot. Well, there she goes. She left as quickly as she came, just like last time. Wait, was she the one who massacred the Miracle? It's okay, it's all in the past now. I am not upset. Everyone in the Miracle Clan can see the future. We all know when we're going to die. It's time to tell present from the future. I feel like we are dead from the moment we are born. So we have no regrets, no desire for revenge or anything like that. Dying just hurt, that's all. I do feel bad for Aintel though. She was a leader, or princess, so she was always worried about the whole clan's future. Put so much pressure on herself, always worried about how to find a way for us to all survive. She put all that on herself. She kept apologizing to the whole clan, right up to the moment we all died. Truth is, she's the one who was supposed to become a Nightcall. But I didn't want her to keep having to apologize to us even after we all died. I volunteered to be the messenger instead, starry face. Messenger? So you have a message for the Shower of Prophecy? Yup. There's no pilgrimage in the city, only the clan heads have those. And since Ansel was destroyed along with her, I'm afraid you all have to find a replacement somewhere else. Also, this is kind of hard to say, but... Oh. Mirror, you are... It's okay, Belle. Let's just hear what she has to say. The last thing Ansel had to say was... The Jar of Prophecy will come here twice. The first time will be to live, the second time will be to die. I see. Thank you, Mirror. I'll remember that, I promise. Take care of yourself, okay? I'm glad you turned out to be such a kind child of prophecy. Make sure you don't hold anything back or second guess yourself. Just go out there and save Britain. Save the rest of us fairies. So no Belle, huh? Oh, she's still here, so kind of. Yow. Oh, wow, 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 wow. I cannot believe this. How could she have crushed my aunt through the six-tail clone I sent out? What a disaster. All that work I did to raise one of my tails, going just like that. The plan was to send one of my non-lost tails to each Lostbelt so they could all learn and gain unique experiences. Once all 9 tails are matched, I was going to become a beast that would easily surpass as Marky Fox Maiden. But now the whole thing is ruined. Oh well, guess I'll just have to give up then. Really, now that I think about it, I couldn't have actually grown all 9 tails anyway, since there are only 7 Lostbelts. Imaginary foe. Fofo. Alright, let's try to look at the bright side of this. Do I cut my losses and move on, or do I stay put? Albion's body was just a pile of bones, and since it doesn't have any fur, there's no way for me to control it. And Lady Melusine is no longer a beast, but a fairy akin to a heroic spirit. It's too late for me to acquire either. It would be a pretty big loss if I pull out of Britain now, but I don't see much reason to stay at this point. Well, at least I found some good reference material for the private casino resort in Primate Zoo I plan to build one day. I do feel bad about leaving Lady Morgan in the lurch, but... Oh, leaving so soon? You are every bit as heartless as you seem. Oh my, look what the moth dragged in. Well, if it isn't so cool Fairy King wants me to wipe out Woodfoo as a reinforcement with those Lady Bell finding out. In exchange for telling me where I could find Albion. Of course, you didn't say that at the time that information you were peddling was worthless. You knew Albion was no good to me when you made the deal, didn't you? Of course I did. Why would I go out of my way to help one of Chaldea's enemies? Besides, I only told you where you could find Albion's grave. You getting what you want from it was never part of the deal. Now would you cut the sickening slander before I get forcibly reincarnated with my breakfast? Oh, very well. It may have been no more than a rotted corpse, but still the last pure-blooded dragon. Even I couldn't make it with my can. Even I couldn't make it my can. I was still able to extract some valuable information from its rune structure. It should at least provide a good base structure for the Grand Tamamo Shrine, the AAA, Advanced Avenging Armament, currently under construction at NFF Services Headquarters. Now then, if you'll excuse me, Prince David, I must be going. I do hope you enjoy playing Guide to Chaldea. You're looking for a weapon that can destroy the world, right? I really didn't want to tell you this, but right now we need all the help we can get, even from a beast. I have an idea of where you can find an even stronger product that's right up your alley. So if I were you, I wouldn't cut my losses in Britain just yet. Everyone being kind of sus right now. Oh, another MASH segment. Alright, Orkney. Orkney, end of the Fair Era 400, after the fall of Londinium. Totoroth, where did Alice go? She went to check on the whole tree, the tree of emptiness. She said she's going to wither it until it dies, then she'll let the Fair Era and create a new land. I see, I wish there was something I could do for her, but there isn't. It's all gone, all of it, everything I ask, everything we all worked for, destroyed, just like that, for no reason at all. I guess there really isn't any way left to save Britain. It doesn't feel fair that I'm the only one who gets to survive. I get to stay behind in the future. Mash. You've got that all wrong, Mash. You're not staying behind in the future. You're going back home to it. Remember, you never belonged to the Fae era in the first place. So it's good that you're going back. Even Ask said he would wrap up everything nice and neat. That didn't cheer you up? Fine. If you're that worried about it, I'll make you a special promise. A promise that will prove you coming here to this era wasn't a mistake. A special promise? That's right. You know, I used to be a real junk before I lost to Ask. I was violent, selfish, and everyone else in the Wing clan hated me. Let's see, Totoroth is small, violent, selfish. He reminds me of someone I know. But then I joined Ask and went around Britain beating up bad guys with her. It was a lot of fun and all, but it also felt kind of empty. Like there was a big hole in my heart. I used to wonder what it was I really wanted to do, what I should do, and what would bring me real joy. But then you came along and filled that hole for me, Mash. Remember when you told me about Abertard, the fairy from Scotland? I don't know which me is right, this Lostbelt me or the me from proper human history, but I don't care. The other me you described sounds so happy. I've decided that's who I wanna be. You gave me a dream worth living for, Mash. I don't mean the dream of becoming Abertard from proper human history. No, my dream is to see you in a bridal gown, getting happily married. Now that you've given me that dream, I'm gonna hold into it forever. I'm always gonna be grateful you came here. So you just wait right here and don't worry about a thing. While you're sleeping, I'm gonna become a great teller and see off at least 100 brides. That way, maybe my own little wish will come true too. If I can make 100 brides happy, that will definitely help me become a real grown-up. Right. That's right, knowing you, Totoroth. I'm sure you'll become the best seamstress in the world. Right? So that's a promise. It's okay if you forget as long as you keep waiting here. The next time we meet, I'm gonna be able to make a wonderful dress that will look absolutely smashing on you. And so, Mash, the first Hamlin, entered the slumber. It would be wrong for a human girl named Mash to exist in the Fae era, you see. By insisting that the figure in this coffin was actually the first Hamlin, there wouldn't be a paradox in the era of the High Queen that was to come. What are you thinking, Ask? You know, Ask, I still don't get why you're helping Mash. I'm not too smart, but even I can't tell you would gain anything from it. She has a special spirit origin. Having someone like her working for me will be useful in the future. Gotcha. Well, I don't know much about that kind of stuff, so I'm not gonna ask anything more. We're about to kill the Tree of Emptiness, right? And a whole lot of fairies are gonna die, right? And our journey together is over. I'm gonna go back to the south and work on my fairy training. This time, I'll do it for me. See you later, Ask. It's been fun. I see. Goodbye, Totoroth. Training for your own sake is all well and good, but don't forget what I taught you either, okay? My diary, page 14,800. It's been 400 years since that day. I'm now known for his right as a first-class seamstress. I've even seen more than 100 brides off. But my wish hasn't come true. Of course it hasn't. After all, I still haven't been able to make a dress for my first bride, the one I care about more than any other. My legs don't work so well lately. My eyesight is fading, and I can barely hold this pen. Meanwhile, Britain hasn't changed one bit. Ever since Alice quit being its savior, war between the clans has resumed, worse than ever. Now it's year 12,000, the year of the great calamity that occurs once every 10,000 years. Alice said this is when Britain is supposed to come to an end. But I know that it won't. My soul may still exist in the future. Okay, nobody should find me here in here. I sat down in the corner of the northern cave. As soon as I did, my eyes stopped working, my mouth stopped moving, and my mind started to go blank. I must have been even more tired than I thought. Let's see, 2019, Sheffield's Castletown. I sprinkled the purification powder Grimmer made for me on my head. I hear the world breaking apart far off in the distance. I hear the screams of fairies as they perish. It's a winter storm ringing the bell of revenge. As return from Orkney, the wolf's end. The last word. There's no more Utah, no more One Table, no more Recta, no more Grimmer. It's just at the war of winter. Sorry I couldn't be out there with you, Ask. The fighting just takes too much out of me. This is the end of the Fae era, the moment that makes our entire pilgrimage meaningless. The time as a savior vanishes from history, and disappears from everyone's memory. Ghost of the End. Orkney. What time we made it? So this is the northernmost point in Britain, huh? This were proper human history Britain would be right around Edinburgh, I would say. But it looks like this is about as far north as this version of Britain goes. I heard it was cold here, but I still wasn't expecting it to be this cold. It never gets anywhere this chilly in the south. It's that white snow. Those are the tears of the Rain Clan. They are all that remain of the Rain Clan after it was wiped out in Fae Era 4000. As there was a song of grief and admonition to the other clans, an apology meant for the Fairy of Paradise. Who's the Fairy of Paradise? Exactly what it sounds like, a fairy who came from paradise. Don't worry, it will all make sense soon. An apology meant for the Fairy of Paradise. Come to think of it, why did the Rain Clan die out? Was it Morse? Northern fairies? Nope, the Wind, Earth, Fang and Wind Clan all joined forces to wipe them out in one night. Eggs. An alliance between 4 clans. That would definitely be enough to wipe out a single clan. I thought the clans all hated each other until Morgan united all of Britain. So, and why would that many disparate clans form an alliance like that? Good question. It's hard to imagine that happening unless they all hated the Rain Clan one more. A strong common enemy and all that. Were the other clans just that afraid of the Rain Clan? Were they just that powerful? Not at all. The Rain Clan was a quiet, peaceful clan, just like the Mirror Clan. The whole reason they took up residence here in the north was out of a desire not to fight the clans in the south. Then why? Because they helped the Fairy of Paradise. They took pity on her when she washed up here from paradise, and raised her as their princess, like she was one of their own. The other clans, well, they didn't like that, at all. They were all, no way we're letting you go on our pilgrimage. All those traitors need to die for this. What do they even mean by pilgrimage? Sorry, no more chit chat for now. We got someone here to welcome us to Orkney. Oh, cool. Oh wow, what a beautiful wolf, and its fur looks so warm. Yeah, there's almost something girly about it. Wait, actually has real divinity? But there's no gods in Britain. Does that mean there's a divine spirit somewhere nearby? It's heading up that way. Do you think it wants us to follow it? Yep, there's a little boat to a pet I used myself a long time ago. You can't take it up to Orkney. Don't worry, it's only a 30-minute ride, and once we get there, my adventure will be over. Oh, come on, Ambertot, don't say that shit. Orkney. A rider and... I will use Morgan. Let's use Atlas. I wonder what we'll be fighting though. It looks like the White Wolf headed towards the campfire. Yeah, and there's another wolf already there along with... Hey there you are, Freaky. Want some of this fish Munin got? That's a servant bell. Does this mean there's been another proper human history servant besides Oberon here? No, wait. I recognize that robe. Cool, Colin. Hey, Belle. What time you got here? I was beginning to think you'd never show up. Cool, Colin. Cool, Colin? What, mind not calling me that? It really drags the spirit's origins output down. Around here, I've gone by Grimmer for a long time now. Don't forget it. Grimmer. Come to think of it, I do remember there being an old fairy by that name in Europe, but... Isn't that also another name for the Norse Owl Father? What, you didn't tell them about me, Abertot? Not even after I bailed you out in Sheffield? Yikes, there was so much happening back then that I didn't realize at the time. You've really gotten old, Grimmer. What are you talking about? I'm as young as I ever was. I don't know what my predecessor was like, but I'm second generation. Pretty disappointed. Man, I had no idea this time could be so brutal. Ask would drop dead in shock if she saw you now. Oh, Grimmer the Sage, Cocoon? How's that work? Sure, I'll be glad to fill you in. Not like this is our first time meeting, is it? But first, I've got to see if the Shell of Prophecy there is the real deal or not. Alright, let's find you, buddy. Damn, this game means business. Is it alright if we fight back, Belle? It's another of the endless set of skills, I think. Got it. It seems these man's much less nice than your usual acquaintance, Belle. I don't know why, but something about this guy really rubs me the wrong way. Come on, let's get him. You know that's gonna be that Shiro's body. Dangerous, dangerous. Maybe we won't be killing the wolves, but just in case. Right, we didn't kill them. Wow. Suppose you would use that. Knowing. What a dumbass. You have to woman. If we don't gain. Fine.
目に
望まれることを望まれたよう
灰によく言いました。そう、
Just put some course on him.
私の足元で許しを乞いなさい。落ちよ、ロードレスキャメロット。
それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーモルゴー
Might need to reconnect the phone afterwards.
このような
Well, he's dead next turn anyway, but... That's one left.
よく言いました。
Do...
目
bit
を
of
背け
these.
ないで逃がすものか。
突破します。
分断すあまり悩ませないで。目を
やります
防具を死になさい。
I was scared for 1 second with the damage we did, but worked out fine. So the Jar of Prophecy likes to gang up on heroic spirits she's never met before, huh? Alright, I see how it is. I have nothing to say to a kid who cannot even be civil. Go on, get out of here. But you were the one who said to bring it on. Isn't that right, Belle? Hell, you were the one who said we should fight him. Prima didn't say anything like that. Nope, I sure didn't. I just made a fire because it's so cold out here. What are you, a damn child? Talking like a little brat just because you lost? Yup, that's Grima alright. He might be all grown up now, but still as mean as ever. Alright, Grima, tell us what's going on here. How long have you been back in Britain? How long have you been back? That sounds like... Cool, I mean Grima. This wouldn't happen to be your second time being summoned here, would it? If so, would the first time be long ago, back in the Fae era, and the second time be, well, now? Oh, we got a clever one here, This would have to be since you've already saved humanity once. Anyway, I think that's enough joking for now. But I've come across staffs with you. I can tell for sure that you're child of paradise. Of prophecy, sorry, the fairy of paradise. Allow me to introduce myself again. I'm Grima the Sage. My true name is Cullen. I'm a heroic spirit from proper human history. 6,000 years ago, I summoned here as this divine spirit of Odin. This time around, I've been setting guard here day and night for the last year on Odin's behalf. Interesting. Divine spirit. So then, is this one of those god beings you told me about, Belle? It is so, a fable. It's not the least bit majestic. That's about the reaction I was going for. You're a lot more amiable than expected. You're right, I'm not at all majestic. Might be here as Odin's proxy. I'm still just another heroic spirit, like that old man over there. So, how about you just call me Grima, you know? Like a friendly older brother sort. Ah, older brother. If you are as a divine spirit's proxy, you're just as much of an old man on the inside as I am. No way, I'm young in mind and in body. Know why? Because I beat it before I got old. I wonder why those two get along so poorly. I bet we'll fate, think. Literally. But never mind that. I've got some explaining to do first, don't I? Fortunately, my role is more than a little complicated. So I think I'll start by clearing that stuff up. Listen up, Belle. You too, Child of Prophecy. First up, my relation to Caldia. I'm the same in order spirit you form a contract with in Fuyuki. Yeah, I did get reset when I went back to the front of heroes. But I retained my because of you, Olga Mari and King Acha. We're still holding a ground here. I see, you're talking about Singularity F, or Singularity X, as Caldia has defined it. When it took place in Fuyuki in 2004. I've seen the date on that incident too. I'm pretty sure any servant that's been dismissed would never bring any recourse back with them. You can thank my divine spirit for stepping in on that. Hell, in my case, you can even call it the counterforce. The god who gave me this authority explicitly said he wanted me to watch out for you guys from Caldia. He's also the god of magecraft and wisdom. See, and apparently, he looked into the future and saw me we needed to do something here before things got real bad. Here, he meant Fuyuki in Britain. By do something, he meant... Well, it seems to come down to, in a word, recovery. See, these gods had designed this Lostbelt for a hell of a long time. Multi-dimensionalized specifically. First summoned me 6,000 years ago to aid the Fairy of Paradise. It was the first Grim of the Sage. It was a pseudo-servant possessing a local fairy's body. I remember, I was about 14 years old, he had a sword instead of a staff. Did he now? Well, ain't that something. What kind of kid was he? He was a real brat, always getting into trouble. I leaned on him a lot though. So you and I used to be battle buddies. That's good to hear. Yep, after we parted ways we asked. The two of us talked a lot. You made that magic powder for me. It came up with a plan, then disappeared during the Great Calamity, right? Yup, the previous Gremlin disappeared either because Ask revoked his contract, or because she killed the Tree of Emptiness. But before it disappeared, Odin left some insurance in the form of a countermeasure to be implemented if this Lostbelt swapped places with reality. He knew that once humanity's everybody dies ending, the incineration of humanity had been resolved, would be no avoiding the bad ending, the reconstruction of humanity. All the necessary conditions were in place, so he figured the least he could do was handle the issue here to take some of the load of Chaldea, and I'm the pseudo-servant he chose to help resolve that. In the first phase, he confronted his authority upon me making me a caster. Then I showed up at Point X, Fuyuki, and formed a bond with Chaldea. After that, he sent me over to Britain, where humanity would be in real dire straits if someone didn't step in. So I had no idea about women to save before I got here. The only thing I inherited was my duty as a divine spirit of proper human history. Didn't know the first thing about this place. I was in the same boat as Belle in that regard. So after I was summoned here, I spent a year investigating what happened in the era of the High Queen. I learned about the calamities, the clans, Morgan, Tamlin, the transition from the Fae era to the era of the High Queen. And once I saw that in the bell tower here, I put most of the pieces together. I knew that my job was to wait for you guys here, to ensure that the pilgrimage succeeded, and to get the Fairy of Paradise back to paradise. Oh, sorry. So, what does that mean exactly? Don't overthink it, it's just like Fuyuki. From here on, I'm gonna accompany you on your journey. I like as one of your servants and all that. Exchange. I'm gonna do whatever it takes to fulfill Ansel's prophecy, the promise Ass couldn't keep. I guess Kid for me was too soft to get the job done. That's the job Criminal Sage is here to do. Interesting. It's an awfully roundabout way of summoning a servant to help. I'm glad to have you on board, Criminal Sage. First off, we would love to hear what you know about the Fae era and the era of the High Queen, but before that... You're not gonna tell me, you're looking for the Gate Shield girl, right? You're more worried about your trusted partner's safety than about fixing humanity. I know it's not very sagely, but personally, I couldn't agree more with that stance. Besides, I'm sure she knows way more about the Fae era than I do, so you may as well hear it from her instead. Thanks, Koo. Oh, a grateful two-handed brain shake, huh? No, that's how young people ought to be. Do you know where Mash is? Then does that mean... Yep, she's by the Bell of Pilgrimage. See that broken down castle over there? The bell tower right at the top. Well, that makes it this simple. Come on, Belle. Let's go get her. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. We got some real nasty things to get past between here and there. You look like the kind of ghost you'd see wandering around in foggy woods, but they're all way tougher than you'd think. We still gotta get past them, of course, but don't go thinking they're weak just because they are ghosts. In fact, if things go wrong, you might find these creatures much harder than fight than any other me you faced so far. Or are we? Sure cannot be as bad as, Bagast. Wooler. We have some Avenger that we could use. I know exactly what to use. Oh, right, she's Arts NP. I'm being dumb. Seems good to me. So who's it gonna be? Jan? No music, no nothing.
どれにしようかしなくこういうこともできるこういうこともできる
Let's kill this one first.
サラソージュの花見すなわちこの世の摂理を知るがいい諸行無常超過実際
Actually, it's a bit spooky without the music. Fair enough. Indeed, it's not that bad.
こういうこともできる現実死にそ恩のお任せは儚きは罪この世はなべて散りあくた我が王が貴様を捕らえたと諸行無常調査必須悪鬼源氏死にそうらい
I mean, simple enough. Don't know why Kuku intended it was difficult. Saber and Nacha. Let's go with Nacha for this. So let's have some fun. Wink you there, Ash. Those ghosts, they were... Don't be assy. The world saw us not going anywhere. We need to take it nice and slow through this fog if we're gonna stick together. Hey, Grima. We've covered enough ground by now that we ought to be at the bell tower. Hell, we just went up a big staircase a little while ago, so why these things? What can I say? This stuff happens. Druids aren't usually the ones who commune with the dead, but what the hell? They're asking you if you're qualified. Looks like they really don't want you going on ahead. What do you say, Belle? Wanna I wait here until fog clears up? No, I may not be qualified, but I'm going on ahead anyway. You're the lady, gent. We appreciate your warning, but you needn't have bothered. What are you guys still doing here anyway? It's all supposed to be reincarnate. Here, how about we help speed that along? Oh, the round tables.
まだまだ未熟者ですが頑張ります運命をかけて戦早掛けです軽め熱を帯びなさい
Should kill Twisting first. Obviously.
技巧戦闘 戦士の誓いはとうに消え、我らは堕落した。失踪するがいい。新作だ。やめろ。
You guys gonna all be using skills? Perfume. Good.
下がっている。もちろん下がっているように。ここでまっすぐそこです。やっ炎よ。
Down. Oh, what an asshole. He removed all my buffs. Definitely dying now, buddy. Where are you going? I'm going fine now, what about you, man? Press Tail Twist and remove all my buffs. What did you say? What about you, buddy? Thought you're gonna kill Castoria. You're fine playing Overwatch 2? Enjoying the PvE content they put out? They can actually use their NP. That's so shit with Gawain. Oh, yours. Well, actually, this. We can do this on you. I should have kept it for afterwards, actually. Because he's gonna burn us. Yep. By using Mr. Ass, it's fun to use, actually. I can, basically. Damn. Frankly, it's not that to fuck around. It's fun to use. That's the only reason we need to use him. I mean, I could also use, you know, Musashi Berserker in like 2 turn the quest. Where's the fun in that? You hate him? Why? He's fun. He looks bad? I mean, he's a dude, so... We made it to the top. There's a bell tower just like Grima said, and over there... Ah, there she is. She sealed nice. For me, so I liked him, so that's enough. I mean, he also likes Ushi. She's cute. That's right, she's been in this coffin for the past 2400 years, since Fera 400. 2400 years? Why? Your guess is as good as mine. You'll have to ask her about that yourself. But according to the notes, the first Grim has left. The coffin spell should be lifted once your master searches it. You made it. You two are finally reunited. However, it looked like there's still one last obstacle left to overcome. You won't be able to get near the coffin or the bell unless we do something about those things. Give them hell, Atoria, the only one who can beat them. Are you okay with this, Abertot? Even though they're calling your name? I'm fine. Are you just hearing things? Go on, Artoria. Get them. This terrain is beloved by a group of gentle, peaceful fairies. It is Orkney's earliest place. The ancient era these spirits belong to is long over. It's time they left. What happened to Mashu? Did you not read the story? I mean, I don't want to spoil you, Nanda. There's a caster. Okay, we can use Twiston. That's my good C with like this. Let's put as usual you. Why not? That seems good. Not enough, you never reading it again? Well, she got sent back in time when we defeated the Calamity in Norwich. So she spent time with Ask back in the past, and the only solution for her to survive in this time right now... Oh, it's cool that she's in the background. Basically, it's the only way she lives there. But this is supposed to be the ghost of Ask, the Knight of Londinium. The human boy. They just Ata.
浴びるようにね死んで
They just kill him. I guess Soria shouldn't be in the issue to kill him afterwards.
不良品にな不良品になよーし見て
Oh shit. Well, we got the evade, so it's fine. Weak ass. They were doing that shit again.
やります。
センスないショータイムねほらもうおしまいこれがあなたの慣れの果て天地のメールノート最高
Oh, it gets an attack plus. Okay. This thing. We might not get it quit, unfortunately.
だけ
罠だ
ほら
You don't like him anymore, but you don't have the time to spend hours reading anymore? I mean, the story is not going anywhere. You can always reread it in the... You know, the archive thing. Whatever it's called.
物理で殴るだけの戦いじゃこれぞ大軍師の究極陣地破ってみせるがいい
You doubt you will? Oh, you're missing keynote then. Story is really good, man.
ほらゴミになれ。もうやだ。どう？ここです。
つまらん。無駄だ。
Stand for the curse.
無駄だ。なんだ。簡単すぎる。
Yep, she will remove it all. Could tell you the same with some stuff you recommend they haven't played or watched. I mean, I'm playing through Xenoblade Armor Time.
やります。
泣け。
やっ。
Like, isn't that the only game you recommended to me? Like Xenoblade 2, obviously, and 3. Did I forget something?
ありがとうございます。皆さんのおかげです。
Oh, pretty easy fight. As long as you kill Ata. Still got lucky with the evade on the skill. Rip. That's gonna be fine, Abertat. Wasn't that... Yup. You know, and like you said, it's fine. I mean... I always accept your recommendations, number. You did good, Artoya. I think you've both come to terms with things now. If the story is too long for you, I am. I mean, it's pretty long. Especially when you read it aloud like this. It's a long time, but I mean, I'm enjoying it. Not sure it's good for people to watch though. Like, just me reading for 5 hours. Once you well, it's almost like 10 hours and we are far from the end. Once you ring the bell, Orkney's role will be over, but first thing first. Go ahead and touch the coffin bell. Once you do, she'll be back to normal. Lickety split. Run up to her immediately. Your other games to beat, that's all. Fair enough. How far did you get into Raita at the moment? Raita 1, to be exact. No, last time you were in the other world, I believe. Or Underworld, whatever it's called. Alright, time to meet up with Mash again. Hopefully she ain't annoying immediately. Yeah, I thought we could finally get rid of Mash. Oh yeah, it would have been great if we didn't ever... She's gonna be in fourth battle in like one chapter, isn't she? It's gonna be Castoria, Mash, and someone else. Ha ha ha. Why? 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 This was supposed to be the greatest day in Britain's history. Everything was supposed to change for the better. But they killed Luther. They slaughtered my entire round table. Like they were just trash. They had hold of us. They thought the world of Luther. But now, they poisoned him. They were too afraid to even face him. Cowards. Luther, talk to me. Luther, say something. Please, say anything. Just open your eyes. And never let failure stop me. I've kept trying all these 1,000 years. Am I doomed to failure too? Is it all not enough? Am I not enough? Is it not? Can I not save Britain? Is there no Britain that can be mine? Peace, equality, I never should have tried for either. Oh dare they? Oh dare they? I will never forgive them. Ever. Damn, poor Ask, man. I mean, this Lostbelt has always been fucked. I was born in this Britain over 3000 years ago. I've defeated every calamity I faced until today. But I was always hated afterwards. Never praised, never loved, just like me. Then, one day after I woke from the latest of so many hibernation and been forced to undergo to hide from the fairies, I finally understood. My enemy wasn't just the calamities, it was the fairies of Britain as well. They were pure and innocent in the truest of sense. They enjoy both good and evil things alike without losing either their purity or innocence. They are, at the core, no different than those loathsome humans who drove me from Britain. So I crushed every possible source of malice. Vested interest, discrimination, oppression, envy, mockery, all of it. I tore up every weed to prevent malice from taking root, and all with the knowledge and consent. Maybe not every fairy agreed, but by and large, they understood what I did would create a better future, and supported it. But just enough malice remained. A few fairies took one look at the foundation of peace so many had worked so hard to build, and tore it apart, because they didn't like it, because they could. I gave up. Even all this has failed. It all come to nothing. I can never believe in people's so-called goodness, nor ever understand it. Even if I did, what would be the point? Everything I did, everything I worked for, was just a waste of time. Even after all the times he betrayed me, I should have known better. I still clung foolishly to sliver of hope. And now, because I wasted my time caring about something so totally absurd, I failed yet again. If my intent is to keep Britain alive, if that's what I want, then I was a fool to think being its savior was the way to accomplish it. No more. I will find another way, a better way. That's it. I won't deliver the fairy's absolution. I won't deliver salvation. Enough of this fairy of paradise, of being Avalon LaFay. I should have ruled this land from the start. There she is. It's Ask the Agitator. Capture her alive. The clannets have ordered that she be made to stand trial. Wait, stop. I'm not Ask, I'm not. But wait, who am I? Who am I? Oh. She lost her purpose, didn't she? I heard a fairy screaming in the distance. She wasn't me. She was the one who sold us out to the clannets. I used my witchcraft to erase a memory and make it look like me. Oh, never mind then. Ooh, that's kinda cold, Ask. Once again, everyone will believe Ask the Savior is dead. This time, she won't come back. If I concern myself with the calamities, I can't be bothered to stop every little act of destruction. I have a more important task to focus on in 400 years before the next great calamity arrives. The Tree of Emptiness. The needle made on a foreign planet to close a seam in the universe. I already know how it works. It's beautifully designed, but it is of no consequences to me. Take the rest of the universe for all I care. Celestial sphere, but Britain is mine. I'm going to end this cosmic fantasy and make my own dream come true. No more of this Lostbelt, what if, absurdity. Only make my Britain real, then I must stitch it to the fabric of this planet myself. Londinium is destroyed. The quote-unquote savior has no doubt been executed in Salisbury by now. Hector has really gone its own way. It is only us heading to Orkney. You were right all along, Mash. All pilgrimage was for nothing. What? No, that's not... Please don't look so sad. I've grown used to this. Besides, everything, all of this, even the conversation we're having now, is merely an hypothetical the Tree of Emptiness is creating. Doesn't matter what we do, the Fair is going to end and the era of the High Queen will begin. Ask's failure was probably inevitable. I just couldn't handle the way things ended, that's all. Ask. Londinium is destroyed, Ask is executed. The first helmet goes to Orkney along with her coffin. That's how the Savior still ended in the era of the High Queen you came from. We need to make sure that's exactly what things turns out, or there will be paradoxes when you wake up. The era will last for 400 more years, then in its 12,000th year. The next great calamity will destroy everything, and the era of the Eye Queen will begin without the Tree of Emptiness. Once the era of the Eye Queen begins, we'll be unable to act as Smash until after the calamity of Norwich in 2019. If you do anything at all as Smash, the world will see you as a paradox from the Fae era and erase you. I see, so the moment I was sent into the Fae era with the Water Mirror, I was born to live out the rest of my life in it. To get back to the time I came from, I need to be inside a quantum coffin. That's right, even though we know how redshifting works, we cannot travel through space-time without a coffin. That is probably exactly why Morgan only sends calamities back in time to the Fae era. The era can tolerate a few inconsistency. As long as the era of the Eye Queen remains intact, nothing else matters to her. I doubt she cares at all about the suffering the calamities she sends back to the Fae era will cause. Besides, to be perfectly honest, I knew how this was going to turn out. Even if you had never come from the future to make it clear, I've always known the Savior will fail. Huh? So, you already knew that the Fae era would end and the era of the Eye Queen would follow it? No, that part I did not know. But by the year you came from, Antichristum 2019 or 4019 Fae era terms, Britain would already be destroyed. That's what happened in the first Lostbelt Britain, the real one. They didn't like that, so I came to the Fae era from the future, like you. Oh, from my perspective, it's always been the second version of this world. So now that you're here, I suppose you could call it the third. Or maybe just a slightly different take on second, since we kept the basic chain of events the same. Can I ask you something? Does that mean your real name is... Oh good, it looks like Totoro found a small boat. Come on, let's go, Mash. It is Galahad, first of the Tamlin. It is your name, now that you are going into the coffin. So basically she's... Artoria, isn't she? You said your goodbyes to Totorot? I see, so she made a promise to you. I think I'd better explain something to you, Galahad. When the Fae era transitioned into the era of the Eye Queen, all the information that was added in this new second version of the world will be erased. The era of the Eye Queen will be a continuation of the event from the original second version. The first and new second version will never have existed. The only thing that will carry over is you, sleeping in this coffin. In 400 years, when the era of the Eye Queen has begun, another typo by the way, I don't think even I will remember you. More precisely, I will become the second version of myself once again. So if a fairy were to try and bring memories from this new second version into the era of the Eye Queen, then the world would perceive that fairy as a foreign element, a being who was never part of the second version of Fae's era. You mean, it will be as though she never existed in the history. I'll do my best to prevent that from happening. Oh. I guess I need to reconnect because I lost the... It's so annoying sometimes when it does that. Stop mirroring, then we will just mirror again. How much battery do I still have? 50%. That's fine. No sound coming out. Or maybe it's on purpose. Oh yeah, it is on purpose. Never mind. We need more BB and less Mashu. BB shows up in the last chapter on JP. I'll do my best to prevent that from happening. As long as she and no one perceives a contradiction in history, she should still be able to exist. It's no trouble. I already intended to have you forget everything I'm about to tell you for as long as you remain in Britain anyway. Listen to me closely, Galahad. What I'm about to tell you now is for after you wake up from your slumber. If you and Chaldea should succeed at exercising Morgan's Fairy Britain, then the battle that awaits you in the next Lostbelt will be the same as one I face. It will be a battle to make peace with your own heart, a battle to understand life itself. As good as your reason to fight have been, you've lacked the will to do so. You may not have been aware of it, but you've been thinking of the power to hurt others, to hurt the world. That's something bad, consequently you've been running from it. But everyone has the ability to cause harm, and the responsibility that comes with it. I think exactly that humans want to do good. They just keep choosing things that they think will give them the best possible future. There's no right answer to those choices, no matter how many people they may end up saving. Since there are no right answers, you may decide for yourself what to protect, what you will fight against, Galahad. You'll come to know many hearts and minds, and all will be different. Some will try to understand, some will refuse to give up. Some will be accepting, some will refuse to succumb to hate. Some will try to shake hurt off. Some will refuse to be corrupted or influenced. But no matter how wonderful a person may be, they will never ever add fear conflict. Every heart has its battles to fight, so please try to stop running from that. Because when the hole in your heart is filled with a reason to fight, that's all your own. Then Galahad will once again entrust you with all its power. No heart is free of conflict, no matter what sort of person you are. That's right, you'll probably have forgotten this by the time you wake, but when the time comes, I'll make sure you remember. So even I can't say whether you'll become someone different like I did, or if you'll remain yourself as you continue to grow. Oh, there she goes. This is goodbye. Oh, one final thing. You should know that even if you should meet me after you wake up, I won't know you. I may think of the coffin I left here after you are caught up in the water mirror Norwich. I may even realize what it all means. But I'm quite sure that the me you meet then will no longer be asked. Thank you so much for everything, Ask. Even if you knew how things were going to turn out, I still think your Johnny did the name Savior justice. Well, sure, we gave it all we had, didn't we? Farewell, brave knight of the future. In light of your achievements, I'll let you on in the secrets. As the Savior isn't my real name. Adoptive mother gave it to me after Orkney was destroyed. My true name is Morgan. Huh. Wow, that's interesting. I'm Avalon LeFay, the fairy of paradise rushed up here from the planet's inner sea to save Britain. Also King Arthur's arch enemy, the witch who destroyed all of Britain in proper human history. It is the name of the Lostbelt king who awaits you in the distant future, the one Caldia must defeat. Wow, that was not what I was expecting. So she's Morgan. I thought she was gonna be Artoria. The eyes. It's breaking. And Mashu will be once again alive, for better or worse. Cannot wait to have her forced on my party again. Cool art though, but she's not the best character. Oh, she's crying. Oh, there she is. Wow, I've got you, Marsh. Is this Orkney? I think I just solved something very important. Are you awake now? Senpai? It's me. Welcome back, Mash. For good this time. Right, I'm back, Senpai. I've been on a very, very long journey. There's so many things I want to tell you. There's Sheffield, the Faira, and... As the Savior, the one who sent me back here. And so, at long last, she and Belle were reunited. Finally freed from the coffin, she took her in her arms and held tight. Morgan was right all along. I mean, she sent Mash back, so... They embraced warmly but quietly, each treasuring the other's presence. Upon seeing this heartwarming and eye-searing sight, I found myself letting out a sigh of relief and disappointment. To measure from the world of humans, the young woman upon whom others placed a crushing burden, regardless of how she felt about it. Sure, she isn't perfect, she lied, obfuscated, and made plenty of mistakes. It was also abundantly clear that she was doing her best to hide dissatisfaction. The shitty word. Dissatisfaction. No matter how much she tried to cover it up. That's why I couldn't help but come with her all this way. But now, I can see she has a true friend, one she really truly cares about. That's great. It makes sense, really. She would never have made it this far if she hadn't put her trust in others. Of course, I should have known that she and I were nothing alike. Oof. She's already remembering, I guess, maybe. Just took Mashu what? Dissatisfaction. I guess. That's everything. For Lostbelt to recall what she fought for? Oh. I mean... Mashu is barely human, so... I mean, normally she's not even supposed to be fighting, so... That's everything experienced here in Britain. To sum up, there have been 2 iterations of the Fey eras. Like, I don't like Mashu being in Lostbelt too. Well, the Lostbelt at all, personally. Like, she had her journey in the first chapter of FGO. As a savior has been alive for 6,000 years, and she's also Queen Morgan. And while Ask wasn't capable of it, as Queen Morgan, she's able to reshift things. Finally, Ask also referred to herself as a fairy of paradise. Does any of that help? Definitely. If nothing else, I know I have a pretty good idea to how the era of the High Queen. That is, the current era of Fairy Britain came about. You do? I didn't get it at all. My only thought after hearing all that was, I guess Japan ain't the only island nation whose people had nothing better to do than fight each other. Believe me, that's got nothing to do with being islands. It's pretty much the same in Europe. She was fine in Act 1. I mean, in Act 1 she learned to be human. To be human, she got a whole arc, and at the end, even Foe sacrificed himself for her. And everything, you know? I don't like the way she's been portrayed as being, oh, and if really need to be fighting with Senpai in the Lostbelt. She should still be a navigator, in my opinion. It is what it is. Believe me, that's good. Yep, it's pretty much the same in Europe, wherever there are territorial, religious, and or class differences. Going to get to her. That said, since an island nation obviously doesn't have to worry about invaders as much thanks to its lack of adjoining land, the driver does inevitably end up being waged among its own people. Imagine simping Mashu. I mean, she's cute, that's about it. But even so, there's something up about this Britain. Sure, it's not more than its share of problems, like the lack of land, lack of humans, and different ethnic group taking up residence in the form of the Northern Fairies. But even so, they should have been able to put aside the differences and come together as a nation sooner. And yet, it sounds like there was no end of all during the Fey era, no matter how many times the saviors moved things over. Do you know what the cause of that constant discord was, Belle? The Fairy of Paradise? That's right, the Fairy of Paradise, Avalon LaFay. In addition to the clan turf war, the main dispute was to do about her. Their opinions were split right down the middle. But before we get into that, I think we'd better clear up what exactly the Fairy of Paradise is. Then that's right, Artoria. Go on then. It's about time you told them the duty you've known about since... No. The duty you were given when you were born. Easy, Grimmer. You don't have to be that hard on her. You mean I didn't tell you already? That's weird. Guess it slipped my mind. Okay, I can tell you now then. It's not like it's any big secret after all. As you can probably guess from the name, the Fairy of Paradise is a fairy that was sent here from Avalon. The planet is Inner Sea. The duty part though, that's a little vague. When I was born, I had a voice telling me venture into Britain and right its wrongs. That's it, that's all I got. I think it must have been the same for my predecessor, the Fairy of the Lake. Apparently, the Fairy of Paradise is a star seed that washed up on Earth's surface from Paradise. If she's lucky enough to take root on the surface, she then becomes an infant of sorts. And keeps growing like a human until she reaches her mature form. Both fairies seem to either love her or hate her for that. Morgan must have been a star seed when she washed up in Orkney all those years ago. The main clan leader then raised her as a daughter, which ultimately led Orkney to being destroyed. In my case, I'm guessing I first washed up in the Lake District, after which Mirror Clan leader threw me out to the sea. It was probably sheer luck that the fairies of Tintagel found and rescued me. So the clans saw the Fairy of Paradise as their enemy. Well, yeah, but not all of them. If nothing else, the head of the Rain clan raised Morgan like she was her own daughter. So that also led to the other clans putting aside the differences just to wipe them out. It's the upper class fairies with the most prominent bloodlines who most hate and fear the Fairy of Paradise. That's because they don't want her to form a new clan. I don't think that's it. We've already got the King clan coming in to kind of replace the Rain clan after all. So seeing how they have been clan changeover before, I would guess it takes more to inspire that kind of hatred. Right on, remember what we said about outsiders before? That's right, the Fairy of Paradise may be a fairy, but she's not a British fairy. As far as these clans are concerned, both Morgan and Toria invaded from a foreign land. Well, more specifically, see them as the Isle we rightful as. The Rain clan heard the voice of Paradise and decided to follow the Fairy of Paradise. They believe Morgan was fully meant to be the Isle King. For them, the pilgrimage was probably a ritual meant to return Britain to its rightful king. But the other clans, Wind, Earth, Fang and Wing, refused to accept that. Instead, they all banded together to destroy the Rain clan at the hometown of Orkney. Right, that's the fall of Orkney that took place in era 4000. The Fairy of Paradise survived the attack and began enjoying the state of Britain under the name Ask. Yep, that was probably the key point. What do you mean? Let's go over the whole timeline briefly to make sure we're all on the same page. I hope you don't mind that, Toria, but it will make things easier for us when we use the BC method of counting. 12,000 BC, the British Lostbelt, the world compromised all your fairies coming into existence. 11,000, sorry. This is probably when the first calamity struck. 6,000. Britain's landmass rose as far as what we called Scotland. The southern fairies encountered the northern fairies, who had been living off the wood form on Albion's remains. The War of Springs begins. After the war, the Rain clan and Mirror clan built their own kingdoms where the war was fought. 4,000 before Christ, the Fairy of Paradise washes up at Orkney, which is summarily destroyed by the Clan Alliance. Okay. 2000, the northern fairies arrive on British soil, once again from Ireland to the west. This leads to the War of Summer, which would have wiped out the clan if Ask hadn't stepped into broken peace. The northern fairies are then welcomed into Britain as a new clan, the King clan. 400 before Christ, the War of Autumn, the Round Table. A group of humans and human sympathizers begin an army operating in the name of peaceful coexistence. This leads to Uther, a human knight, being recognized by the clans as the first king of Britain. Then in Londinium, on the day of Uther's coronation, a group of insurrectionists destroys the Round Table. Uther is poisoned, Ask is executed, and Xavier is never seen in Britain again. And finally, we come to 1 before Christ. The year of Great Calamity wipes out most of the fairies in Britain. It puts an end to the Fae era. That's when the tree was cut, wasn't it? This is a rough timeline of the major events of the Fae era based on all the information we have so far. So what's this key point you mentioned? What else? The point where the timeline diverges into a first and second version. The first version, the origin timeline. Fairy of Paradise must have been killed in Orkney during the massacre in 4000 BC. In that timeline, Britain experienced a number of catastrophes. In 1 BC, it only became a completely dead wasteland. There may still be a few struggling survivors, but the land would never gain the numbers it needed to flourish as a seed. I guess that for the next 2000 years or so. It became a vast wasteland where lower-class fairies were just barely able to eke out a subsistence-level existence, with nothing in the way of civilization. But the Fairy of Paradise survived the attack in 1000 BC, then we get Fairy Britain we know now, huh? Gotcha, so she really is protecting Britain, at least technically. That's right, over 90% of the fairy population was wiped out by the Great Calamity of 1 BC. That's when the debt they incurred the Lodium finally caught up to them. It all happened on an unprecedented scale. But the Calamity of the Beast, which devoured the fairy city, and the Calamity of the Flame, which razed everything to the ground. According to the first Grimace note, those are the two calamities that ended the British Lostbelt, however. Still don't know how she did it, but it was for that all went down that Morgan began a new era. She managed to use a spell powerful enough to wither the whole damn Tree of Emptiness. That was when she stopped the British Lostbelt from ending there and revived it as Fair Britain. Yep, when she did, the fairies would had nearly been driven to extinction and came back as the next generation successors. And just a few months later, things were back to normal, with the clans at each other's throats again. It was when an invader appeared, one that had all the fairies quacking in the boots. She came from Orkney, Britain's log-forgotten north, and storms came with her. Once again, the fairies banded together to try and kill her. She was far stronger than all of them combined. And so the invader dominated all of Britain's fairies herself and built the castle of Camelot being inside the pit as a sign of her dominance. The invader was Morgan, and the war of invasion began with the War of Winter. It's the event that ushered in the first year of the era of the High Queen, or 180 in proper human history. But so what? However, she might have ended up there. Morgan's still a threat to proper human history. It must be stopped. So as another fairy of paradise like her, you're the only one who can defeat her and return Britain to the way it should be. Right, I guess so. What do you think, Mash? Do you want me to fight Morgan? I did think to ask, I mean, Queen Morgan as a friend. But I'm still willing to fight her. Our Province Borgard, Rob, Wack, Winky, and so many others that I would say the fairy is written. We'll try talking to her first, of course, but if she won't listen, and fighting is the only option, then I won't hold back. I may be asked to save his friend, but I'm not one of Queen Morgan's knights. We make sweet love to Miss Morgan. I mean, she did try, she wants to kill us, so... Right, of course. Man, she's so responsible. Are you done talking now? Then hurry up and ring the bell, so we can go back to Britain already. I don't know about you guys, but I've had enough of this cold. Plus the others are probably worried about us. Alright, Abbycat. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Abatrot, was it? You must be one of the fairies who's been helping Senpai out on our journey here. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, she forgot, Maybe Seven tried to do so at some point. That's true. But you know, that's just how life is. Thanks, but you really don't have to be so formal. I'm just kind of along for the ride. What's going on? What's there to say? This is the way it is. I mean, where did I say she and I were friends or even acquaintances? I'm just a guide, that's all. And now that my job's done, I can go back to taking it easy. Huh? I mean, sure, you did just kind of show up out of nowhere. Even though you've been great about keeping Belt's spirit up, we never did learn much about you. Why did you do all this, and how do you already know Grimmer? But that? He and I met here a long time ago, right Grimmer? This was all part of your plan, wasn't it? Yeah, I guess so. I probably did plan all of this. Nice job, Abertot. Now everything is wrapped up nice and neat. See, I might just be a weak lower-class fairy, but I'm worried about Fairy Britain too. No, go on and ring the bell, child of prophecy. Once you do that, you'll finally be on level ground with Morgan. Alright. I'm still not entirely sure what's going on, but I can't say not to the size. Time to do it. Song of Paradise, voice of the inner sea. You were born to be selected, to decide the fate of this land, and to see justice done. The bells of the bones of Inception shall show you the way. Forgive us these sins. Have a great night, Nanda. Catch you tomorrow in the morning. I'll be reading for 1 more hour, or I guess 1 more chapter. I guess we'll resume, well, we'll see actually. We'll see. Thank you for dropping in, man. I appreciate it. Man, going back was way easier than getting there. Umu indeed. Welcome back, Zenny. And I take it we're ready to end the next, like we did get in Orkney. Anytime, my king. Big love, big love. We have some... we have some nice emotes for this. This is my Tamamo emote. There we go. Beautiful. Yep, we gotta go back to Knock now. Rehab. Last time she wouldn't even give her the time of day. But no, Artoria's the leader of the Round Table army, and she's rung 4 of the belts of pilgrimage. Between that and the fact that she and Nok Na Rehab are old friends, she should be more than willing to negotiate with us. Right, Artoria? Huh? Wait, are we at the Ashen Shore? Everything okay? Oh, I see, we already made it back. I guess I zoned out. So did the bell ring like it's supposed to? Am I any different now? Don't worry, the bell rang nice and loud. Its spirit in origin is definitely stronger. You might still be no match for Morgan, but nor did we very sense a chance against you anymore. Yep, Knock Na Rehab shouldn't have any issue forming an alliance with us now. So let's march right up to Endeavour and get this anti-Queen coalition underway. Oh. An anti-Queen coalition, huh? True, if Knock Na Rehab were willing to join us, we would have enough of an army to give us a fighting chance. But Queen Morgan's been protecting Britain all on her own for 2000 years, right? I honestly don't know if I can even look someone so meeting in the eye. I really hope I can do this. We got this, Artoria. I mean, it's a bit late to doubt yourself. Not gonna lie. Oh, the free skill rank up. Too bad you cannot sack a servant crewcaster. Right, let me take a short break and we'll resume some reading. See you in a bit, y'all. Right, we're all excited for more reading. Chocolate Empire in the bar. Another dream, huh? A hero bell ringing. A hero bonds too. The hour shall return to empty shore, but the calamity shall vanish into the distant sky. It's a signifying of the fairy's apology, the son of a soul accepting its sins. The ruined fortress shall burn, and the bell of water shall appear. Once all of them have wrong. Confessed sinners shall make the acquaintance of the guillotine. As for the fairy, the paradise, having fulfilled their role, the child of prophecy shall say farewell to its home. Yes, offer fairies no salvation. I shall defend my land, nothing more. I will save the fairies. I will carry out the duty I've been given. With all the magical energy I've stored in this throne, I have nothing to fear from the great calamity. Furthermore, only a chosen fairy can sit this throne. That throne is a sign that my pilgrimage has ended. It's a key to keeping Britons alive. I fell on Lefay, the anchor of paradise. You are neither like of the fairies, nor the foreign mage. You have been chosen. You are neither a rebel, nor an invader. You are the staff of selection's chosen wielder. You and you alone have the right to bring me to justice, fairy sent from paradise. Even should you feel oxygen with the blood you shed in battle against me, it would be innocence of sin. I've been chosen. I'm not like the fairies of Britain, or my king of night itself from proper human history. I'm neither a rebel, nor an invader. No matter how many fairies I kill because of war I begin, I will still be free of sin. If you wish to save Britain, you must defeat me and claim the throne for yourself. Go then, fulfill the absolute prophecy if you can. You should know better than anyone that you have no choice. That's right, defeating Morgan, the fairy of paradise for Fosrock a duty, is my only choice if I'm going to save Britain. But what happens afterwards? What happens if I do something I don't want to do? Something nobody wanted me to do? I'm a fairy of paradise too. Is there anywhere I can call home? Hello everyone, you got back sooner than expected. The way you're standing there kind of reminds me of Benkei, Red Rabbit. Huh? Senpai, Da Vinci? Who is that? Why does he look exactly like Red? Oh, that's Red Rabbit. He's a fairy from this Lostbelt and one of our trusty companions. Don't worry, he won't bite. I see. Nice to meet you, Red Rabbit. My name is Mashkiri Light. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The pleasure is all mine, sweet lady. How deliciously polite of you. Hang on, though. Weren't you supposed to wait for us in Nenaba? Yeah, I was, but I'm not really one for staying put, you know. I thought I might run into you all sooner if I waited near the entrance to the Ashen Shore, so I just ran up here. Alright then, up into the wagon. I'll make sure you ride to the Queen City of Endeavour. It's as smooth as it can be. That sounds great. I was just thinking I was sick of walking everywhere. There's a big downside of being someone as a caster. Your legs get tired way too damn fast. 1 moment please. I don't believe we met before. Oh, my name is Grimmer. I'm a friend of Bells. A friend of Bells? Does that mean you're also from Propeller Human? Proper Human History? That's the one. Proper Human History. Thank you, Mash. Any girl as thoughtful as you is a special welcome to ride on my wagon. Could I have a second, Mash? Try not to spoil Red Dwarf too much. Right, I'm still not sure what your relationships are to one another. I'll do my best to be careful. Do you Lostbelt's acquaintances from former human history? Lot Muramasa? Does that mean you and Lot Grimmer are two horses for a main, so to speak? Yeah, I guess we are the same category technically. Why? Well, it's nothing. My animal intuition told me that the two of you are the best of friends. But I can't help but wonder which one of you would win in a fight. Oh, there we go. I'm a friend of Belts too. Then, like you, would you rather be Muramasa or Ku? What you gonna ask? Me, of course. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Ask any fool, and even they can tell you Grimmer would be the clear winner. Exactly. Who gives a fig what the fool has to say? Alright, you. Get over here. I'll take it easy on you and only use the back of my sword. Well, I'm afraid you can't tell which is which. That thing's so tall, it might as well be a club. Alright, punk. You're going down. Would definitely prefer to be Muramasa. It's got a sword. I mean, Ku's got like some cool... Oh, Mashi's level 100, huh? Too bad I won't be using her. Oh, we're gonna be fighting both of them, huh? What's it good against Alter Ego? Is it... Moon Cancer? That's definitely Wooler. Wait, who are we gonna use? Why not, actually? Who has Rune as a stick? Yeah, it's got a giant bonfire dude too. That's kinda cool though. Then we're gonna put, obviously, Raiko for the bombs. And yeah, why not Morgan actually? We're gonna put some... Go. Good. But no, Ku is pretty cool, man. It's literally Odin. Oh, that was kinda loud on the mic, huh? Let's see, Judge MP and you, critical hit rate. You like Ku and one shot, but that's Lancer though. Apply invincible, increase NP gain for everybody. Actually, we can do this, a bit of this. Let's see. Let's get some quick stance real quick. Alright, is it gonna be a new animation? No. Wow, shitty damage. Nice playthrough. That was pretty funny. Like the nullify buff is actually pretty good. Surprisingly. Time to die.
天使のようにあ審判のラッパを聞きたいなんて
For MP1,
ファン
he's
の声には応え
destroying them.
グレイティストヒットスパイラルダガーキャッチショータイム
やだな震え凍てつき砕け散る時まで
She was
諦める
perfect
こ
for
とは
this.
許さんぞ
I can barely ever use her, by the way. The winner is neither of you. The truly strong don't get into stupid balls. Artoria gets you both there. Hang on, I didn't really lose. The only reason we technically lost is because Grimace, so-called mage's ass, doesn't have a single support skill. We're supposed to know you're such crap Ryu you can't even defend yourself. Besides, when it comes to guts, I've got enough for both loads of Vikings. Both of you, shut up and get on the wagon. We need to get to Enderbor today, damn it. Wow, that was better than I thought. Anyway, assuming Grimace rolls are walking. The wagon only holds 6 people. There's 7 of us right now. Want me to prolong along on my skates? That's okay, I'll just ride on Red Rabbit's back. You don't mind, right, Red Rabbit? No, that should be fine. A little fairy like you won't affect my performance at all. But we're still quite far north. Won't you be cold riding outside? I could always run alongside the wagon instead. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm used to the cold up here. Alright, let's go, Belle. I know there used to be a village in Nineveh a long time ago. I don't know what's become of it in the era of the High Queen. Of course, given no Nariaps these days for human, I thought it would be more than a handful of people at the campsite. Fair enough, fair enough. Some rulers and berserkers. Mm-hmm. Do you ever like something against rulers actually here? Yeah, you do. Might be good for this actually. Sure. Why not? Won't be doing a lot of damage unfortunately. Attention citizens of Enderbor. Lady Gnognar Riab has returned to her fair city for temporary respite. She will be recuperating at the previous queen's grave for the next few days, after which she will once again depart for the front lines. Main street vendors may remain open for business after sundown. Do not let the city's lamplight die out. Remember, Lady Gnognar Riab loves this nightless city with all her heart. Glory to the King clan, glory to Enderbor, the Queen's city. Woohoo! At long last, it's time for war. I cannot wait. I thought this day would never come. It's been 10 years since I escaped from the south. I'm proud to call myself a member of the King clan now. Still cannot believe a generous Lady Gnognar Riab was to share her power with a good-for-nothing like me. I would do anything to help her. I'm liquidating my whole stock. Go on, help yourself for next to nothing. Do you have the latest daily report? May I see it? 13th military training exercise complete. The victory bells ring for the north. When I write these words, I cannot help but tremble with awe at the sheer might of the Queen's clan's army. Even the giant troops, whose lack of expertise we fear might hold our forces back, become exceptional soldiers. Either way, these fine warriors make quick work of a large Morse. It's an indication Camelot's rampart will stand a chance. According to First Captain Jorbay, our army could easily overthrow Camelot even if they were to march out today. Once the fighting began, it would be over in 1, 2, no more than 3 or 4 days at most. That last part is a little roaring, but Lady Gnognar Riab's going to be on front line herself, right? We can't lose then. Besides, our queen would never pick a fight she knew she couldn't win. Lady Gnognar Riab, can always use another pair of hands. Soldier, medics, clerics, protection. We need all the help we can get. Whatever job you take, you're guaranteed a fair wage. All we want to see from you is motivation. Also, if you know anyone afflicted with more sickness, please bring them in right away. If the disease is caught early enough, it can still be cured. I know, because I was once infected myself. Lady Nonaria doesn't discriminate between upper and lower class like Morgan. All she cares about is whether you have the will to live. This is why the leader of our very own King clan, who believes in all his citizens equally, will be the next Queen of Britain. Wow. Wow. Low whistle. The whole empire is stunning. Nognaria with all the knights. I cannot believe this. This is the northern village. It's even more developed than Salisbury. What in the world has happened here since the beginning of the era of the Iron Queen? I know how you feel. I was shocked out the first time I came here too. My past selves noticed that the northern fairies used to be basically a small group of nomads. I guess Mab, the Queen clan's last queen, must have been one hell of a leader. In just a single generation, she built a city that rivaled the Eneba of prominent human history. A city that's home to northern fairies as well as the fairies who migrate here from the south to boot. I don't know why you got off looking so smug about that. You got nothing to do with the success. Still, it's not denying this is one hell of a city. Everything from the foot traffic to the business dealings feels like the real deal. See, there's a big cathedral here too. Yep, there's a beautiful church called St. Gilles Cathedral in Old Walls in Denver. It's probably another one of those human history convergence things. That said, the Eneba and proper human history and one here are built on very different ground. Namely, this one looks like it's been built on top of a rocky mountain. And unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any Carlton Hill or Archer Seats here either. Hey Mash, do you know what Archer Seat is? I've only read about it, but yeah, in proper human history, Archer Seat is a well-known tourist spot. It's a steep, rocky mountain not too far from Edinburgh itself. According to legend, King Arthur himself once sat on it to look out over the land, just the name. I see, they sure are a lot of legend about King Arthur, huh? Yep, it's brought up in one form or another in all the big tourist spots. Some other notable ones include Winchester, Glastonbury, Editha John Conway. So, getting back to a negotiation with Nognaria, did say she was back here now, didn't they? That probably means she's in the palace then, right? Should we just barge in there now? Yeah, okay, I guess Nognaria is technically our enemy. He's probably not exactly eager for an audience with us, but hold that for a minute, okay? Hey Belle, I think Atoya is doing your headstrong thing again. And what do we do? It's too bad Oberon's not here right now. I mean, just look at her. Hey, don't clash with Nognaria, huh? Not finally get to let out all these years of pent-up frustration with her. David Sharon prophecy spotted shadow boxing in the streets, I guess. What if we asked to meet with Nognaria? We said we were a group of fans. Wait, now you're being weird too. Have you not been sleeping or something? Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt your discussion. But it looks like we have company. They clearly have us surrounded now. We may have no choice but to fight. There, you see? I knew that stuff about law and order in the city was a whole lot of bunk. Then again, attacking a side of without even a word of warning is just the kind of thing I would expect from a nation run by Nognaria. Alright everyone, get your weapons ready. Once we break through these dragnets, we storm our way right into the castle. Thank you for coming, Lady Artoria. We've been waiting for you and your entourage to arrive. I'm sure you must be tired from your long journey, but please, do try to compose yourself. Now, if you'll kindly follow me to the cathedral, I can take you to see Lady Nognaria right now. What? Alright, I almost forgot. I wrote a letter to make an appointment for you ahead of time. It said, Dear Nognaria, Queen of the North, get ready to see me because I'm coming for you tomorrow. Cheers! And of course, since I wrote such a nice letter, I got a very nice reply back not too long after. It said, I'm prepared to welcome the Jar of Prophecy in a manner befitting of a king. Best wishes. I must say, I thought the Northern Fairies were all barbarians who tried to solve the problems with violence. I seem Queen Nognaria. It's much more sophisticated than I realized. I swear to God, if I say one more time, Dr. Rehab, I'll be upset. Okay, if she's extended us an invitation, I guess we should take her up on it. Huh? She actually accepted the invitation. She did try to kick in the front gate, really? Oh crap, all of you get out of here. Take the back entrance. I want you out of this room in 2 seconds. Are you sure about this? Just a few moments ago, you were giddily talking about knocking the Chair of Prophecy down a few pegs. It's showing out that ringing 4 bells wasn't nearly enough to make a match for you. Your plans, okay? I mean, how would it look if I were to greet a small group of peaceful visitors with a fully armed platoon? Huh? You're still worried about your reputation? Did that at about the same level as an apple that meets harvest season? What's that? You think my rep already fell from the tree and is rolling in the mud? You were asking for 100 lashes? Okay, you had everybody out. Star. My apologies for keeping you waiting. The Queen will see you in the cathedral now. And the mind games drag on. Well. How bold of you to just waltz in here like this, Artoria. Does this mean you finally scrunch up a bit of manners, guts and confidence then? You're not fooling anyone, Konogna. We could hear you soldiers scrambling to get out of here. Don't be ridiculous. Just by my footsteps, no one else. No, I won't hear one word about it. 1357. I'm not surprised to see Oberon's not with you. But what about that other girl? You know, the one who looked like she was in heaven with her cheeks all puffed out full of my chocolate. Garrett, right? Lady Garrett stayed in Londinium to defend it as one of my knights. There was no sense in her coming all the way out here just to see another evil empire. She's already been to Camelot. Oh, that's too bad. I was planning to give her a tour of my chocolate factory. Oh well, another time perhaps. Anyway, I know you guys went up to Orkney without my permission. You know damn well that the north belongs to the King clan, sorry. That trespassing is prohibited no matter what your reason might be. Honestly, what are you? Some bandits hiding out in the mountains? I guess you still have yet to learn your place. Now we did go through the Lake District, you know. Oh hello Belle, I'm glad to see you're doing well. I can only imagine how exhausted you are, having to travel with the Chair of Prophecy who can't even look before she leaves. Would you like me to make you an appointment at my favorite luxury spa later? Yes, I would love it. Can it? Knognar Rehab. Besides, Belle is made of stainless stuff than that. Sorry to interrupt your friendly chat, but it sounds like you already know that the Orkney spell has been wrong. Good, that saves me the trouble of filling you in. Anyway, yes, Orkney belts used to belong to the Rain clan. Now that the Rain clan is gone, the King clan of the belts de facto guardians, as you well know. That means to an outsider, which is to say, from Morgan's perspective, the fact that the King clan has officially recognized the Chair of Prophecy. What do you make of that? What do I make of it? Hang on, who are you? My name is Grimmer. Well, technically I'm the second to bear that name, but that's neither here nor there. I've been watching over Orkney's spell on behalf of Melvinus Ambrosius. Crap, I almost forgot. When Queen Mabel Coup makes... Oh man, you're right. Sorry Grimmer the Sage. The last queen told me you're a cold-blooded bastard. You'll be bound to show up eventually. You once thought I asked you to save your magecraft, right? I see, so if you're here, then I get the so-called savior. Let's be the real deal after all. Huh? Is that all you have to say, Knognar Rehab? I mean, this is Grimmer, you know. You don't feel any connection to his spiritual origin? What are you talking about? You there, do we have a connection? Nope, sure don't. You're Knognar Rehab, the proud queen of the north. You can find more about your life destiny here than you do any silly tales from human history. Speaking personally, I, for one, couldn't be happier about that last part. It's that so. I don't know what that's all about, but thanks. I'll say this for you. You do have a nice smile. Anyway, that aside, Grimmer is right. Now that the Orkney spell has been wrong, I don't have a lot of options here. Just this morning, Morgan sent me a final warning. It said, kill the Chair of Prophecy at the Ashen Shore when she returned from Orkney. If you fail to do so, I will consider my treaty with the previous head of the King clan null and void. The end. treaty with the previous head of the King clan. What's she talking about? None of your business. The point is, if I don't kill the Child of Prophecy, there will be war. Of course, I was always planning to go find Morgan at some point, so that plan is fine. The only problem is you, Artoria. Remember what I told you before? Get an army of my own, ring at least 2 belts, and learn to carry myself in manner befitting the Child of Prophecy, right? Well, if you can rattle all that off so readily. I haven't really forgotten to you, though I'm glad I took the time to tell you it before. Yes, those were my conditions, if you've met them, which means you're worthy of joining forces with me. That is why you came to Endeavor in the first place, right? The alliance between the King Clan and the Child of Prophecy, I like it. Way to go, Artoria. It's too soon to celebrate just yet, Belle. Clone Rhea would never make things that easy. Just look at her. That's the face she makes right before she squeezes some poor sucker for everything they're worth. Hey, I've never made a face like that. Still, you're not wrong. My skin might smell of sweet honey and be wonderfully soft. But I myself am neither. I'm willing to form an alliance, but needless to say, I'll be the only king. If you're going to join me, you need to pledge your loyalty to me and obey my every command. Also, only fairies are welcome to join my alliance forces. So as far as the Round Table's army humans go, I think I'll turn them into bees and put them to work in my chocolate factory. I'm sure they would be much happy that way. These are pathetic, useless humans would be the first to die when the fighting starts anyway. Wait, Belle, you don't have to say anything. Clone Rhea, the Round Table's army is the best army in all of Britain. The day we obey you is the day apples start falling back up onto the trees. If you want to command us, you'll have to pound us into submission first. So how about it, you and me, ferry to ferry, unless of course you two chicken face me. You're on. This will be a battle to determine the next king of Britain. A fight for the throne, or pride and beauty itself. I swear on the name of the previous queen that I will face you alone in our fate one, ferry to ferry. The winner takes command of all combined armed forces, the loser has to do whatever the winner says. And as a bonus prize, the winner will also get to claim the foreign mange as a spouse. What? I missed that last condition, but fine, whatever you say. So, are we going to do this? Another chess match? Don't be ridiculous. This is Edinburgh, the headquarters of the anti-British sweets industry. There's only one kind of battle for pride and beauty around here. Valentine map match, the ancient traditional art of fine confectionery. Fine confectionery? What? You mean you don't know about it? I see. You really are just a country bumpkin, aren't you? Knock it off with the yokel dicks already. This time we country girls are tough cookies. Excuse me, I wasn't originally going to say anything. These negotiations are between Artoria and Gnome Rehab. But now that the stakes have become personal for Chaldea, I have to ask. What exactly does a map match entail? That girl's got as much magical energy as a town Lynn. She's also wearing black armor and carrying a great shield. Is she the one from Sheffield? Very well, I ignore your impertinence one time. The map match is the last will and testament of the King Clan's previous leader, Queen Mab. It's a law that says whoever makes the most delectable looking chocolate should be the queen. Pretty sweet, right? Oh. And I, Devil Karen, the chocolate fairy, shall be the judge. What the what? That's so random. I hate that color on Karen. Alright, let's kill her, I guess. Oh. It's been a moment since we've seen Badwood there. What's your buff? Charmed and single enemy. Blah. Oh, let's do this really fast.
最後の日取りでございます。圧倒します。捕らえましたね。ようこそ。
Won't be a lot of damage, but should be fine.
たまりません。阿弥陀阿弥陀ヘブンズホール。明 足を狙います。どうですか。
You won't attack at all, huh? Interesting.
握りつぶしてあげましょう。
Is she just gonna die then?
ようこそ私の中たまりません。阿弥陀阿弥陀ヘブンズホール。まあもっと
Wait, did we not have like a full chain?
白兵戦行きます。今のうちに準備。ドライブ誇りにかけてしまってどうですか。そこです。
Oh, she got charmed, that's why.
誇りにかけてドライブ
It's a bit annoying.
輝き。もちろんドライブ突破します。大豆七夜間
Oh yeah, the chances to get charmed are pretty high.
いただいてしまってありえざる妖精の王よ。どうですか。
Oh, I mean, I can just
最
use
果ての島罪の
cheese like this just to get
最
rid
後
of
の
the
竜は我が
charm.
胸に集う円卓の守護者たちラウンド・オブ・アバロン。このように白兵戦行きます。主上無変やります。いただいてしまってもようこそ私の中
Alright, that's another W.
たまりません。阿弥陀阿弥陀ヘブンズホール。先に進みましょう。宴会は大勝利の後に取っておきます。
It seems these would be contenders with what it takes to compete. At the Chocolate Fairy, I declare this map match is now officially underway. This testing shall take place at high noon tomorrow. Contestants will have until then to prepare the chocolate. Both contestants must use the conking facility provided in this cathedral. May employ up to one fairy assistant. Any questions? No, Neil, I cannot wait to get started, since I already have someone in my mind to give this chocolate to. I'm going to make the best chocolate anyone will taste all year. It will be better than anything Gloves has to offer. Hang on, are we really doing this? When in the world does making chocolate have to do with choosing a leader? Everything. This has been the law of the land in Endeavor for the past 1600 years. There's no such rule in real life Endeavor. Alright, Lady Artoria, you take the Star Kitchen. Lady Gnonmaria, you take the Moon Kitchen. I will prepare rooms for the night for the rest of Lady Artoria's companions. I'm afraid you won't be able to talk to the contestants while they're in the kitchen, but you're free to talk outside the kitchen if you like. Alright, enjoy your chocolate making, and remember, fortune smiles on those with truly strong yards. Pat. Well, at least it was nice of them to reserve room for us, but... Ash, I wish I could go help Artoria myself, but... I know, you'd like me to assist Artoria in a chocolate duel, right? Maybe a dummy servant, but the fairies seem to treat me as one of them, so that shouldn't be a problem. That would be great, thanks for doing this. But before you get started, I would like to go over everything we've learned so far, just as Chaldeans. You already told us about what happened after you were sent to the pass in Norwich, of course. But I still want to hear what happened to you before then. I filled you in on what's happened with us. And this should be a good place for private chat, especially since Muramasa and Grim are in another room. So that's what happened to you after we got separated. Salisbury, Gloucester, Londinium, Manchester and the Lake District, plus everything with the Round Table Army, of course. I never would have guessed that Pepe was here too, and on account of all things, I'm sure it fits him like a glove. Fortunately, Pepe is not the only crypto here. We saw Beryl and Kamala too. So it sounds like you were actually the first run into him here. That's right, I saw him in Sheffield. That was when you lost a black barrel, huh? Barry probably took it for himself. I'm so sorry. All the time and effort you and Shion spent on it, I just left it there. It's okay, trump cards pop up when they need to anyway. Again, I'm so sorry, if only I'd... Hey, you still didn't have your memories back after the nameless food ordeals, right? There's no way you could have known. Don't worry about the black barrel, you can always track it down. The important thing is you're still alive. Fortunately, it looks like we won't even need it for this mission anyway. Really? I mean, if we don't have to use it, that's great, but... The sheriff processes no sludge yourself, not to mention... Yep, we have something even better than the black barrel now. What do you mean? A director Goldorf and Wolves coming to help us with the shadow border? No, nothing like that. I'm talking about you, Mash. 13X may not be working right now, but your spirit origin is putting out more power than it ever has. It's probably the Tamlin Wolves at work. Back against the others were gifted to Round Table Knights names. But you're gifted with Tamlin Galahad name on top of already borrowing his power. Give you effectively double Galahad bonus. No wonder you were able to go toe to toe with Lancelot. You're basically an I-7 now, a peerless warrior even among peerless warriors. You can feel that too as a master, right, Belle? Yep, you're super Mash now. Oh, sorry, my co-aids decide to be old. I see. Then I'll do my very super best to help. Whatever you say, Mash. Hey, we're gonna go look around the city. You guys wanna come? Time for some recon, huh? Alright, Artoria might be busy in the kitchen right now, but we've got nothing but time on our hands. We gotta do something to make ourselves useful. How about you, Da Vinci? I'm gonna go sit this one out. Besides, I still have to write my report. Say, where's Mash? Isn't she with you? She went to assist... Oh. Eating the bottom one. Artoria needed Mash's amazing chocolate making skills more than we did. Gotcha. Looks like she's got a real shot at winning them. If we came to it, I was thinking I would make the chocolate myself, but maybe now I won't need to. Do it too easy on Artoria, you know that? Is that any way for one of the foreign gun disciples to conduct himself? Shut up, you blue ant, dillweed. I did all of my life to take me from the auction. Besides, I ought to be asking you why you were so easy and could know like Rehab. She looked like a friend of yours or something? Actually, yeah. Even though she's still the spitting image of us, they're completely different people. Dr. Rehab's been living her own life free of influence from any human history connection. I had to go after my destiny, but she took hers by the horns and made it submit to her. I swear, I've never seen such a free-spirited woman anywhere. You can't help but smile, right? You don't say. So the last Queen Mab disappeared in the era of the High Queen 400. Ignore Ria was 100 years ago. In the era of the High Queen 1900. This city went without a leader for about 1500 years, huh? That's right. I thought it was strange when I first heard about it too. Apparently the Northern Fairies continued to live by the past Queen's teaching, even after she was gone. They say she told them that the new King Fairy would be born again one day, but they were to obey Morgan until that day came. What happened to the Northern Fairies after was born? Went back to their old ways, of course. Things have been tense between them and Morgan ever since. For 100 years, Canona Rehab's been teaching Northern Fairies order and discipline, really turning them into a real army. When Ainsel predicted the Sharp Prophecy, Morgan wasn't the only one who was worried. I bet Canora Rehab went ballistic upon hearing the news too, at least on the inside. She was probably all... I've been working towards this for 100 years now. No way I'm letting some podunk backbiter fairy beat me to the punch. Ah, no, I gotcha. That's why Artoria and the Queen eat it so well. Hit it off. Are you sure you don't mean Becca? I mean, they both know what it's like to bear the weight of pushing responsibility. They probably never had anyone else they could curse out without it becoming a big to-do before they met each other. They might be in completely different circumstances, but still equals whenever it counts. The way I see it, things are gonna work out no matter who wins the contest, so let's just let them have their fun. All that aside, you sure know all things, don't you, Prima? Anything else you know but haven't shared? Like, say, where this place is called the Queen City? I don't know where the name comes from. I already told you everything I could. We are a long ways from the main road now, aren't we? Oh hey guys, you out for a walk too? Don't blame you, not much to do up in the hotel room anyway. Thought we would take advantage of the opportunity to do some sightseeing too, especially since we almost never come this far now. Do you guys see anything unusual? No, not really. What's with you, Vedra? Not like you to be so edgy. Well, I'm hoping this is just my imagination, but there seem to be a lot more Wind-Clan fairies here than I was expecting. Oh, are you guys new here? Welcome to the Enderable Development World. This is where all the refugees who haven't been able to share in Lady Noriab's power live. Still, we all treated as full citizens. We all have jobs and roofs over our heads, even if they're just stands. In the meantime, I shall Lady Noriab will make you guys into King Clan fairies once the war against Creepsmorgan is over. So go ahead and put your tent up wherever you like. If you're lucky, you might even get a job in the medical ward. Don't worry, Mortis isn't nearly as bad as it's made out to be. You can be made into King Clan's fairies. Aha, is that a human? Where in the world were you all thinking bringing a human to Endeavor, out of all places? If you know Rhea finds out about this, you'll be... Wait, don't tell me, are you guys also... No, we're travelers, we're just passing through. We'll be leaving tomorrow, so please don't worry about us. I see, guess I'd better get going then. Sorry to give up your time. The way that guy actually lives around here, there's something way too shifty about him. He's probably one of Morgan's spies. Lot of room for rats like that in a city this big. Should we tell Nariab about him? Don't bother, we can't snitch on a resident of Mura Masas and Shalom. For that matter, have you noticed how all the fairies run of scars on their shins? I'm guessing they are either refugees from the south, fairies with loved purposes, or fugitives who fled the south. So this town is full of criminals, huh? I guess Nariab either really magnanimous, or she's really big on cheap labor. Maybe it's both. Maybe fairy becomes land when they die, regardless of what they were like in life. Having more fairies living here means that their territory will eventually expand. MSBO ended up grew to this scale in the 1600s years since Greek map disappeared. Then something doesn't add up. Fairies have been living up here for over 1600 years since in the era of the High Queen. Why are the ages of Britain unchanged in their era? Could this city be? I wouldn't put it past map to do that. Turning a desolate wasteland into a prosperous city in single generation. The next generation being born 100 years ago. I knew it. It's all making sense. No wonder Morgan's left her alone all this time. She plays the cards wrong. Knowna Rehab could not become a calamity herself. Habitat? Nah, I'm probably just overthinking it. There's no way that could actually be the case. Anyway, let's head back, Red Rabbit. There's a wasteland up ahead, so there's nothing more to see here anyway. I see. I take it you're going to ride on my back again. I was the one who said it wouldn't be any trouble. That was before I knew you were much heavier than you look. Mwahaha. That's because I got substance where it counts. Ooh. Just you wait. Once I eventually grow up, old Abby Cat's gonna have the most banging butt you've ever seen. Aren't you the type of fairy who never gets any older? Anyway, I wouldn't wander around here too much if I were you either, Belle. I don't know why Kanona Rehab let you off the hook, but if you run into any other fairies with long memories, they won't think twice about ganging up on you. But yeah, I guess you know more about that than I do. Since I only have the first Grimace Snow to go of. That's something I would thought. Northern fairies used to be the first group of fairies who coexisted with humans, right? Like in the War of Summer and such. So why doesn't Kanona Rehab hate them so much now? Yeah, do you know what's up with that, Abritot? Oh. What, you mean you don't even know that? Alright, guess I can tell you. It all goes back to what happened about 4,000 years ago during the War of Summer in Faerun 2000. Queen Mab invaded Britain from the Western Island and drove the other clan to the brink of extinction. What is it that Ask that stepped in, convinced Mab to back down and reconcile with the clans, Ada and their people officially recognized the King Clan. But that's not exactly the whole truth. One thing, Mab would never agree to reconcile with the clans when the victory was already assured. Yeah, good point. I always thought that story spun things a little too neatly for the other clans. Wait, don't tell me. Yep, massage defeat from the joyous victory right at the very end. And the human find that man has been betrayed. Oof. And of course, Ask wasn't about to pass up a chance like that. He backed Mab into a corner, while she was already winning the pain and gave her a thrashing of her life. Then she made a swear to join the other clans and never attack Britain again. When it rains, it pours, huh? I know that kind of unwarranted tactic is par for the court when it comes to war, but still. Sort. No wonder she hates humans so much. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if she wants to wipe them all out. Nah. Annabelle would never be this kind of a city if she just wanted to wipe humans out. The real question the story raises is, why was she really in pain? Oh. Only 2 a.m., huh? No, let's get right back into it. The game finally launches. Game. There we go. Master mission reset. What do we have for this
6
week?
月日本では梅雨の季節ですね。私
Five
先輩
servants.
から漢字で梅雨をどう書くか聞いたとき
No servants in this Lostbelt, really. I think that will be actually fine for today, y'all. We'll resume. I think it's like 24 chapters. We'll resume the rest. Like next time. Oh, very nice. Let me see. Who can we raid on the way out? Who's online right now? Twitch. I guess VK's up. What is he streaming? AW. Watch along. Oh, sure, sounds good. Let's do a small raid on VK, and thank you everyone for watching. Been a pretty long read, not gonna lie. My voice is kinda toast, but I'll see you guys next time. Have a great one. Bye bye. No worries then. Catch you next time, buddy.